There we go. Welcome to the stream. We're back playing a Mothership. Back on board the Car Hadash. And does someone want to fill everyone in with what happened last time? Broad strokes.
Alright. Just waiting to see if anybody wanted to do it instead of me. That's fine.
I don't remember if there was more before it, but I do remember we went down to the moon colony. Stole is a strong word. We provided transportation for a few people off the colony. Definitely didn't steal them after they caused a riot to get out. That would be ridiculous. And one of them is of questionable sanity, who the doctor and captain had a nice and comfortable talk with to get some information out of, and then put her into cryo because she said, fuck this shit, I'm out. And then I vented the whatchamaffuckit doohickey thing that she was making because it made the voices stop telling her to consume the flesh of the unborn. Or something. I don't remember what it was telling her. That's what I remember.
So, I'll fill in the gaps. So, after... God, alright, my computer is like spooling up right now and Thunder's like freaking out by it. Okay, buddy. So, in response to us dropping off the supplies to the moon colony previously, we contacted the colony again, trying to get, whatever the fucking kid's name was, Dean. We were trying to contact Dean to see if, they could meet us where we dropped off the supplies to pick them up. And, we got in, a hold of Brecht, and, like, Brecht managed to tell us that Dean was, like, the aficionado of the planet, and, like, any sort of, like, information or rumors, like, Dean would be the person, but, like, that it was all spotty at best. When we said that Dean wanted to go to the planet, so a couple of, what are they called? What are his, like, henchmen?
Breakers.
Or, like, breaker boys? Or something like, or no, just breakers, I think, yeah.
Just breakers, yeah.
Yeah. Breaker boys is cool. Yeah, so Brecht's like old flame or something, Dean, a couple other teenagers, and some of Brecht's breakers came with us, as well as oh fuck, oh damn it, what's the big guy's name?
Verger,
right. We brought Verger with us, and he's just this big lovable lug of a guy. I can't tell if he's dumb or if he's just perceived as dumb with, like, how he talks. But, like, Verger told me that he's not dumb, so I shouldn't talk to him like he's dumb, and I was like, okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, so we picked up Verger. Verger was sad because his android, I guess, friend or caretaker, whose name is Calm, which is just the top half of an android, kind of like Chewbacca carrying C-3PO around. Calm was left because there was some sort of, like, panic when we talked to
I think they phrased it as a riot.
Yeah. There was a sort of riot when we mentioned the planet and getting a signal from the planet that was of, at least at some point, human origin. And the female colony leader was very adamant that, like, that was impossible, or, like, we shouldn't go there, and, like, all this other stuff. So yeah, apparently there was a riot. They snuck out through the confusion of the riot. We picked them up, took them back to our ship, and our plan was to go to the planet and potentially just drop the teenagers off and then watch them from like a low altitude orbit.
Speaking of planet,
look at that.
You are currently, you guys are currently in orbit around the moon.
Round boy.
I made this map. I'm very proud of it.
It's a lovely dozer.
Thank you. The graveyard just symbolizes like the area around the system that has all the derelicts.
Yeah.
It's not none of this is to scale.
I don't know, this looks like the UAC symbol. I don't like that.
No, don't worry about that. Look, just keep your mind off that.
No. Purely coincidental.
Now, I guess at this point, you guys could, potentially talk to each other, or talk to your new guests, or whatever you like, really, because you have a bunch of options. With the repairs completed, you theoretically could jump out of the system again safely, although that could leave the mystery of the realm unsolved. Or you could go to more of the locations on the moon, or raid the colony, or you could go down to the planet's surface. There's lots of different options.
Yeah. Like, the general consensus was we were going to at least go to the planet, drop off the teenagers, and see what that's about. If everything's cool, great, we'll land and do our thing. If shit's fucky, we're gonna leave. Situationally dependent on taking the teenagers. If so, cool. If not, sorry, this was your idea. And they can be left behind, and I will not lose an ounce of sleep.
As you guys are all just kind of vibing around the ship, Mommy basically calls a crew meeting to the bridge of all crew on current awake rotation.
Can I be let out of my room? Oh, okay, cool. Good. Oh God. Good morning, Virgin. Jesus fucking Christ.
Hello.
How you doing, buddy? Did you get food?
Yeah, I had some egg.
Nice.
Brett helped me.
Alright. Mommy said a crew meeting? Like,
yeah.
Like us? Virgin, would you mind waiting outside real quick? Sorry,
sure.
buddy. Okay, thank you. Alright.
Mommy basically is just wanting to go over the manifest and supplies. Based on my current projected analysis, we've got enough supplies for everyone, but not for that long. We've taken on, we've obviously got Brett, we've got Dean, we've got Lear, we've got Verger, but then we've also taken on board around 5 moon teenagers, around 4 or 5 moon breakers, and around 4 or 5 moon colonists.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll give you an exact count. It's not like me to be vague and unprecise.
Lears and Cryo.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 moon teenagers and Dean.
Okay.
Then we've got Brett.
5 teenagers and Dean, or including Dean?
5 and Dean, so 6 total teenagers. Then
Okay.
breakers, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 and Brett, so 5 total.
Okay, so
And then
11.
general colonists, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
Okay, so that's 15.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Alright, so we
Oh,
have
and then
15
Virgin, so 16.
16. Well, realistically.
And
probably
Leah. And
17.
Leah 17 if you didn't count Leah already.
Lear's in cryo.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm not worried about her. So we have 16. Fucking hey, dude.
16 in the
running out of bunks.
And it's not including the people you already rescued from the
Yeah,
the
that's
ship.
16 plus the three security officers.
Yeah,
and
Johnny, Dutch,
2
Aha, or
civilians.
AJ. Then you also had Rumi and Sarah and Nerapin, who's
Yeah,
also
well,
in cryo.
Sarah's also in cryo. So.
Yeah, and so's Nerapin.
Yeah, and Nerapin.
Oh,
Was it? It was Rumi and what was the other like dock handler or engineer?
Yeah, Marsha
Marsha?
Bell. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've lost Marsha. Oh no, there she is. She's in the mess.
Okay.
Mommy does the scan.
So-
There she is.
So 16 colony plus another 5. Well, realistically 6.
Yeah, we're getting pretty full for this little vessel. There's like
So
basically a small tent city or like sleeping bag pile like in the mess.
Oh man.
It's not
Yeah,
ideal. We're gonna have to start moving people to the fucking cargo like hull, or the cargo hold.
Put them in the thruster rooms.
Yeah, they can sleep on the fucking engine catwalks.
Yeah. It's
Oh, Is
Yes?
it dangerous to double up people in cryopods?
I'll
Yes, not advisable.
be right back. I just have to go do something.
No worries.
okay.
Is it-
The cryopods we
worth-
have are designed primarily to provide vital services to one body. Maybe
Is it
infants
worse
would be okay.
Is it worse than leaving them out of cryopods on a short jump?
No.
Don't we have like 12 cryopods?
I think we have 20, but we have more than 20 people.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
I'm gonna say if you've got like 18, they're like triple stacked.
yeah. If we have 18, how many people do we have cryo? We have the crazy doctor dude. We have Sarah. We have the other woman. We have Lear. That's 4. Am I missing anybody?
Oh, just the 3 in cryo right now.
Is it 3 or is it 4? I thought we put
You
2
do
of.
you do recall that Brick mentioned something about an alternative escape route,
Oh,
but he was a bit vague about it.
right. Okay.
Mummy is
No.
just basically calling the meeting to see what you guys had planned and get her
Alternative escape
orders.
route. Oh, what?
Yeah. Well, we'll talk to Brecht in a second about what that actually means. Right now, I think our course of action is go down to because like it won't take that long. It'll take at most, I think, like 2 days. Go down to the planet, see what's there. Whatever happens, happens. We leave the planet. Maybe potentially go back to the colony, see what's left of the colony after we try to, before we try to go into the colony, we hail them. And then see if there's some sort of like new person in charge, or if the other woman managed to keep a hold on the colony. And then all I want to do in the colony is see what they have and grab comm for Verger. That's all I give a shit about, and like that's a secondary objective. Like I'm not gonna be too torn up about it if we just leave after the planet. So up to you, Aaron.
We could check out what's on the surface, but I don't think we have to stay long. Just long enough to make sure it's a non-issue for us leaving the system.
Yeah.
And blow it to high hell if it's in targeting range.
Yeah, we can do that.
What are you gonna do? Shoot autocannons at a planet?
It'd be hard to miss. But I was thinking the source of whatever that pulse was from the first ship.
Yeah. What you
Yeah, we
detected
could,
when scuttling the elixirs?
Yeah, we could go down to the planet, wherever the coordinates from that message that Dean relayed to us originated. See what's there. If that's not the same location as the location that we sent the Alexis to, we could also go to the Alexis wreck and see what, if anything, is left there. Could be a potentially good idea.
If we do that, we're going to want hazard suits for anyone going down to the surface.
Yeah. I'll talk to Dean and them if you want to talk to Brecht about whatever the alternate escape route or whatever he's got thinking about. And then I'll just come back to you once I'm done talking to the kids.
Alright.
Alright, anything else?
Mummy just appears on like the screen like a little facsimile, and just says like, sounds like a plan. Gives you like a thumbs up.
Somewhere in the ship, Slash and Burn just both look up at the same time.
Specifically the cargo hold.
Yeah, they just thumbs up the fucking airlock door and the teenagers are like, what? Alright, I'm gonna go talk to the teenagers.
Hello.
Hey, Verger. Oh, shit. Come on. There we go. Verger, you wanna come with me real quick?
Sure.
Thanks, bud.
Are we gonna go?
Quick.
Are we gonna go get cum?
Go get calm. We're gonna try to go and get calm after we try to bring Dean to the planet. Okay.
Okay.
Just because that seems like the safer route as for right now. Plus that way, like they've been waiting a long time for this. It's only fair that we help them out real quick.
He kind of perches himself up on some boxes while he's talking, like listening to you.
Yeah, perch himself next to Bobo's workstation.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll let Dean and the kids do their little exploring, whatever. Because there might be some useful information for everybody on the planet. And then once we're done with that, we'll go to the colony and see what's going on with that. Okay.
I don't know why that was locked.
Also, I have a question for you, Verger. Something that you mentioned when we were leaving the colony to come to this ship that kind of gave me a bit of a hesitation.
Oh yeah.
What did you mean? Like, I mean, I assume what you meant is what you meant, but what did you mean by like you're not dumb or you're not stupid? Like.
Everyone always think I'm stupid. I'm not stupid.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I kind of gauged you wrong on that, just by your outward appearance and the way that you talk, but like, do you fully understand? Like, I'm not trying to be insulting. I just want to know. Do you fully like comprehend everything that's going on right now, and like you're aware of it?
Oh yeah, we're gonna get cum.
Right.
We're in space.
Fuck. Okay. Yes. Okay. Fantastic. If you just want to hang out here, I'm gonna go talk to Dean, or if you want to come with me, that's entirely up to you.
He lies down on the crates and starts to, like, he's basically lying down to sleep, apparently.
Okay. Well,
He's just face down on 2 crates.
I got no answer out of that. I have more questions than I started with now.
As you come around the container, you see a couple of the moon teenagers smoking death sticks.
Right, okay.
And one of the breakers is having a look at the Hannibal. Dean, he's in the mess, I think.
Dean's in the mess? Alright, cool.
Hey man, pretty groovy how you picked us up.
Yep. we're gonna be going to the planet soon, so.
Oh hell yeah! They high five.
Yep. So
Slash and
watch where
burn
you-
round the corner and high five also.
Right. So watch where you flick those fucking cigs. I don't want to see any butts on my fucking floor.
Oh yeah, like we wouldn't want to get near the fuel.
Yeah. Are we just gonna say like this is the fucking breaker?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's do you see the
Oh,
names?
oh yeah, oh yeah, oh
okay.
yeah. It says Moonbreaker. Sorry, I saw Moon, and when I looked at the other ones, it said Moon Teenager, so I just assumed that said Moon Teenager as well.
No. It should, I've started specifying, even though I'm using the generic NPC image I made.
Yeah. No, I was super zoomed out. I needed to zoom in more. I'm gonna walk over to him and be like, "Hey, are you guys interested in going down to the planet?"
We'll do whatever Brecht wants. I'm not really interested in following orders from anyone else. He kind of narrows his eyes.
No. I wasn't telling you. I'm just asking if you.
Oh, that's
want
good.
To.
Yeah, no, I don't really have a huge desire to go down there, if I'm being honest. We just need more parts for. It's probably best you talk to Brecht.
Right.
Speaking of which, over in the mess hall.
Open the door, poke my head in. Brecht, a moment.
Yep.
So, I seem to recall you mentioning a alternate route of something.
Yeah, like, I don't mind telling you because you did us a solid by picking us up before that, before all hell broke loose. But, yeah, me and the boys, we were working on a way of getting out of here.
Oh, I'm all ears.
Oh, you, like, actually want to know. Well, like, I don't know if we need it anymore with the, with this vessel actually up in orbit and working. But, we were basically, you know, trying to work on our own vessel to maybe do a classic, coffin run out of here, if you know what I mean.
Wouldn't be the first one I've been on.
Yeah, we basically found a bunch of old cryopods that were still in working order. We didn't have a jump drive, so we were just going to slow torch out of there in cryo. Might take, you know, 20 years, 30 years, 100 years, 200 years, but eventually we might hit civilized space. And it can't be worse than this place.
Yeah. Well, might be, but not by much. Could end up in, like, Detroit or Chicago or something.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest problem with the Lucifer Rising was that we didn't have the cryopods for everyone. So we'd been keeping it a bit secret, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, understandable. Wouldn't help anyone if people panic because there's not enough cryopods and then they break everything because someone can't have everything.
Yeah, on that note, how many cryopods do you have? There's quite a few people in that mess.
Enough to get everyone through. I don't remember off the top of my head exactly how many.
He looks a little worried.
Much. I never counted. I get the crew in, we have a bunch extra.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'll say that me and the Breakers definitely lend a hand around the ship. You know, my boys work hard, and we've got most of our, you know, all our limbs are working, if you know what I mean. You know, we're happy to trade whatever it is you need for a place to stay on board, if you know what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. It's really just helping keep everyone calm for the next few days before we can get out of here. Should be more than enough.
Alright, well I can work on that. I'm good at keeping everyone entertained. I'm such a lovely guy after all. He turns and walks away.
Right.
Damien, as you enter the mess, you notice that that everyone's kind of sprawled around the place. A bunch of the teenagers and Dean are like on the couches watching some old holo vids. Marsha's with them, just kind of vibing in the middle of the couch. Johnny and Dutch are catching some Z's in the middle sort of space. Well, a couple of the colonists are playing chess on the dining table. And AJ's making a coffee.
Okay.
It's kind of a real hubbub of activity. There's a lot of people in this relatively small room.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm gonna motion Dean over to talk to him.
Hey man, what do you want?
Hey, get your fucking dudes together. We're gonna be going planet side pretty soon.
Oh yeah, right on. He like motions to a couple of teenagers and they kind of excitedly start talking.
Alright.
And head towards the cargo.
Do you know if anybody else wants to go to the planet aside from just you guys?
One of the teenagers who catches what you said, says, "No, I think it's just us. Us young people are more adventurous. As people get older, they tend not to want to try out, like, you know, cool new stuff, if you know what I mean."
Right. Okay.
Marsha kind of rolls her eyes in the couch.
Yeah, I just like look at Marsha like, okay. Pop in here real quick.
Hello.
Alright.
Hello.
Alright, so the teenagers, what?
I think Nova's back.
Yeah, I am.
Welcome back, Nova. I'm just like talking to the three of you right now. Alright, the teenagers are headed to the cargo bay. I told them that we're going to be going to the planet fairly soon. What did Breck say?
His other plan was just a coffin run on a not quite built ship in as many cryopods as they could manage on the light speed. They didn't have jump drives, so it would be probably decades, if not centuries, before they got anywhere.
Right.
Might be able to salvage some extra cryopods off of it, but I think that's the best we're going to get off of them, unless we need more maneuvering thrusters.
Yeah, I think I heard Brecht talking about a partially built ship at one point, and maybe I misheard, but it sounded like it was more skeleton than ship. I'm a little worried about the feasibility of getting another ship up to code, even if it is just sublight. I mean, if they want, we can go back to the colony, because I'd like to stop at the colony and see things. We could more or less drop them back off and then help them get their ship up if it's not a risk to us. But if it's a risk to us, then they're either going to have to tag along with us until we can get back to civilization, which will hopefully be soon, or we're just going to drop them off and be like, sorry. So, either way, we're going to be leaving.
What's
whatever soon means.
What's Tobias thinking about all this? Like, while he's chilling?
Not really. Too much. Really. You just gotta do what you gotta do.
Huh?
Fair enough.
Mummy kind of displays current readouts of the ship's data from the engineering department. Everything's good. Thruster's good, plenty of fuel, plenty of stores. You are good to do whatever you want to do.
Cool. You guys ready to head down to the planet then?
Yeah, let's keep the Kartadash in low atmosphere and use the Was it the
The
Hercules?
The Hannibal.
Hannibal. And we'll use the Hannibal to ferry people to and from.
Yeah, who do you want to go with? Like, who do you want to... Like, Mommy comes on, goes, I assume you're planning an away mission. Would you like me to page anyone to join the Hannibal crew? It looks like Dean and his teenagers are assembled already.
Probably gonna be the usual suspects, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
whoever of us wants to go, plus, like, slash and burn.
Slash and
we can
burn
leave.
directed automatically, because they're AI controllable.
Yeah. We'll leave the other ship security crew here just to watch over the other people, because there are a lot of them now. We need to maintain some sort of order.
Mommy, basically bells Dutch to pick up an intercom panel and advises him of the plan for him and the other security officers to maintain order on the Kahadasht. He doesn't seem that upset to be staying on the safe ship.
Sounded like Breck was more than, well, I don't think more than willing, but he doesn't mind helping keep the peace, so shouldn't be a problem with him and his breakers either.
Yeah. How long ago was it that we picked up that security team in Bobo? Like, in universe, like 3-4 days ago?
Yeah, something like that. It's been less than a week.
Very fresh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
think
can
we've
tell you
been
actually.
here for
I can
about
tell
a
you.
week.
I can tell you exactly how long you've been here total. You have been here. This is the 6th day.
Jesus Christ. It's not even been a week.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Alright, cool. Meanwhile, the company that we work for is like, they're like, oh yeah, they should have just arrived at whatever location we sent them to. Alright, great. I'm gonna go prep the Hannibal then.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll go pre-flight the Hannibal.
Is everyone going? Tobias, never still.
Tobias is
Yeah,
going.
why not?
There's just enough room.
I'll just move you guys over.
Yeah.
See.
Before we get to the garage, so I'm not scaring the shit out of these teenagers, Mommy keeps the auto guns ready for close air support. Danger close.
I'd probably have to get the ship in atmosphere to be that level of fire support. Mommy says.
Whatever the ship can handle, you know it better than anyone.
Might be able to burn through the stratosphere depending on the composition. Once you guys get closer, you should be able to relay scientific data back to me. Nova Stellar, I'll get you to handle that. We don't really know what we're looking at based purely on these camera readings. I mean, it looks barren. But the Hannibals basically should be able to, you know, quote-unquote, taste the atmosphere and feed it back to me. If there is an atmosphere, of course.
Well, if nothing else, something this size should have gravity.
Mommy basically puts on the alarms for the airlock, telling the breaker, who's kind of bumming around in the cargo bay, to fucking get out. He heads off, and then Verger also, he knows the drill with the airlocks. He's not super familiar with the spaceship ones, but he's familiar enough to leave. Past the warning lights and such. And with that, the airlocks close. The internal ones. And the Mommy initiates the sequence to unlock the main cargo door.
Space.
Alright, we'll do the pre-flight, fire up the engines, take off. And we'll head in front of the car to dash down to see if there's atmosphere on this dead planet.
No, I don't have a little token for the Hannibal separately yet, so you'll just have to assume, like, with the Kahadashas, like, it's gonna follow you guys into at least, like, near the dead planet. Since Mommy has been ordered, to do so. As you get closer and closer, it's taking, a good while. Let's say the trip's, several hours long. Teenagers talking and singing and laughing. Slash and Burn sitting completely motionless in their jumpsuits. The rest of you, I assume, are just kind of vibing, unless you want to do anything in particular. Now, as the picture is fed to the monitors, and as you get closer to the planet, through the the main viewports on the front of the Hannibal, you start to realize that instead of being barren and grey like a moon, like you first thought, it's actually roiling dark clouds, completely blanketing the surface of this planet.
Oh, great.
So,
Venus.
because I know this in real life, I feel obligated to ask, are these thunder clouds or just calmer storm clouds?
You could probably safely assume they're thunderclouds. They look pretty dark, and there's the occasional flash of, is that purple lightning you can see from within the clouds?
That
Seems to be mainly
probably...
centered on one spot in particular.
Oh, great.
So, on Earth, you're not supposed to fly within 20 nautical miles or just like 25 normal miles of thunderclouds, because them bitches can throw hail like 3/4 of an inch that far.
Luckily,
that's-
with the advent of orbital travel, atmospheric dropships are typically rated for pretty heavy-duty weather. Like, they're rated to normally, like, land on water, land, through, like, a hostile atmosphere, gases, storms. They're pretty, like, armored.
Yeah, but if I don't have to shake this thing and get
Yeah,
pelted by
if
whatever
you can
bullshit
avoid it, that would be
atmosphere.
ideal.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it looks like
Weird.
the planet is covered by this cloud mass. It's writhing and roiling, and very thick,
Molding.
seething.
This writhing mass of a planet.
Hoping even.
Alright, cool, great. Off to a good start here.
How close are we to the planet?
Probably a couple hundred
Getting it.
clicks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Close enough to start doing my thing?
Yeah. As you do, you want to take the Hannibal in towards the relatively thin-looking atmosphere?
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to give me a strength check with any sort of piloting skills you can add?
Piloting with strength. Could I argue intelligence to avoid the worst of the storm?
Yeah, okay. If you want to try and find, like, a clear patch.
Well, there's not going to be a clear patch, but a relatively calm,
Yep.
at least.
I'll let you do that.
Hey!
Jesus.
You look with feeding with the and Nova. Do you want to also give me a intellect check with anything to do with meteorology or anything you think would be relevant to analyzing the processing data you're getting from the atmosphere readings?
Computers?
Sure.
Okay. Wait a minute, that's not adding plus 10. 1 second. Forget that roll.
That's advantage. Yeah.
How do I add onto the thing?
Just click the skill itself, I think.
Ah, there we are. Sweet, sweet.
And then you
Stat.
should be able to choose the main stat as like the base, yeah.
Yeah, there we are. Oh,
Yeah, even with Mommy's help feeding her the data, she's at a loss. basically, like, it looks like the cloud mass and storm coverage is pretty absolute. I do notice though that there's increased electrical activity from that spot there. She illuminates something on the map. Looks like a relatively small area, like in the middle of the heart of the storm. Well, I mean, heart of the storm is, yeah, relative.
Where did we throw the ship at the planet? Like, did we throw
Oh,
it at the
okay.
heart of the storm?
Yeah, I mean, weirdly, it's kind of in line with where that landing is. That is strange. Mummy remarks.
Well, I know where we're gonna start shelling, but we'll see when it comes down to that.
The car Hadash just kind of placed a geosynchronous orbit, like, over that area. So it's kind of like above you guys.
Alright, well...
You start to feel the stick and the yoke, like, shuddering pretty violently as you, like, basically hit, like, atmosphere. And start to, you know, take some heat from, the friction.
We'll take it a bit slower than we need to, because we don't know how this atmosphere is going to react to friction yet.
Alright. Seems fine, you got a pretty good, like, gradual descent going. As you're starting to get close to the cloud cover, you can see it's pretty thick clouds with the Hannibal stops burning the air around it as you are entering the the upper reaches of the cloud cover, and you're starting to get a lot of moisture hit the windscreens or the ports, as it's clearly like there's like water in this cloud mass. You're seeing bright flashes of streaking purple ahead of you in the clouds.
I still don't know what would make lightning purple in the atmosphere, but the water means we shouldn't have too many problems with getting rid of heat.
The teenagers have grown a little bit more quiet as the Hannibal has been shuddering pretty violently, and their cheery tunes have kind of died down a little bit.
Oh, right. I'll just lean back from the cockpit. Make sure you buckle in, expect some turbulence.
A few of them nod, and most of them are all buckling the like the shoulder to crotch straps.
Most who doesn't.
Me.
I mean, Dean seems pretty like nonplussed. I think he's, maybe trying to be brave, but he doesn't seem to give a fuck.
Stare him cold in the eyes and tell him you might die.
He buckles his seatbelt.
Okay.
You are going to die.
I mean, you are anyways, but
Suddenly, as you're going through the cloud line, you see a violent flash off your starboard bow, and then, like you immediately are through the cloud line, you burst through into a sickly kind of grey haze. It appears to be a very cold, dark place you've entered, and ahead of you, you see stretched for infinity to the horizon a dark, brooding ocean. And there, just on the horizon, illuminated by violent flashes of Viridian, is what looks like a giant plateau and island. And the lightning is striking the ocean around it significantly.
Just a single island?
That's all you can see. The rest is just water as far as the eye can go. And the waves, you don't know the scale exactly from up here, but the waves look pretty colossal.
Right. Is that island roughly the coordinates that we got from the that transmission that Dean gave us?
Yeah, it looks like those coordinates are coming from what looks like the south of the island.
Okay.
You can actually see as you guys get closer to the island. You can see the south cliff. You're basically approaching from the south, and there's billowing smoke coming off a cliffside area.
Is that the murder of the poor people transmission?
From what you can tell, as you guys get closer, the island is like a black, grayish rock rising out of the ocean. Looks almost like a mesa or a plateau. It's kind of roughly square in shape, with like a little cluster of square-shaped islands off to the left of it, like a lot smaller. And then above it, to the top, like northwest, you can see like a higher mountain or like a higher plateau dominating the northwest of the island.
Okay. Let's try to get a scan of the island and see what exactly we're dealing with on it. If we have the capabilities to do that.
Nova, do you want to give me a computer check again, please?
Yep.
We're basically trying to create a matrix over the island to feed up through the cloud, because Mommy can't see shit with the Kahadash cameras.
Bruh.
You're trying your damn best, but it looks like you can't really send a whole lot up to Mommy, so you're gonna have to make your own assessments. Like, the signaling is patchy. You can get voice command through to Mommy, but not much else in terms of, like, raw data. You can see, though, from the sensors on the Hannibal, as you guys, like, head towards the island, that, basically the purple lightning seems to be centered on a very low-hanging, ominous black cloud on the northwest of the island. Looks like the lightning is arcing the upper plateau. To the northeast, it looks like the land slopes dramatically down towards the ocean, and looks relatively swampy and maybe even great gouges in the surface. Looks like more muddy kind of surface. There's a weird kind of plain to the east, which looks like it's filled with weird kind of monolith shapes, scattered with white and black, and it's hard to tell from here. The south cliff has a billowing smoke cloud coming from what could be a wreckage of a spaceship, although it's very hard to tell at this range. But there's definitely some sort of debris field around it.
We're gonna need to get closer.
And then on the southwest coast, you see what looks like some sort of building. Some sort of tower. Which also has lots of debris around it.
Is this just an island, or is it like we're coming up on the shore of a continent?
It's small relatively. Like, it looks like an island, but it's like rising out of the sea pretty dramatically. Like, it's all cliff. It's like a desert mesa, just kind of in the middle of the ocean. And like black and grey stone.
There's no like mainland, if you want to call it that.
Not really, no. It's ocean as far as you can see apart from that. I mean, if the lightning hadn't been here, you would have probably missed this place. Also, the center of the island looks like a pretty good landing spot. It's just like a flat, open, rocky plain. It's kind of scarred with some impact sites and just some interesting, like, yeah, it's relatively flat.
Any objections to circling around a couple times, see what else we can find from here?
Let's do at least one low altitude circle, just to get a better look of everything, see if we missed anything. If not, then we can go ahead and land after that.
Alright, do you want to give me another intellect piloting check, please, Scuff? And tell me what you're gonna do.
We're just gonna circle at like 6,000 feet. And see if we can find anything around the around the island that we missed the first time we were coming in.
Alright.
Hey.
Well, you bring her in nice and gentle. Now that you're not in the cloud layer, it seems to be, relinquishing control a lot more. It's easier to control the Hannibal at this altitude. And you notice, as you circle around, you notice there appears to be the great gouges in the swampland. Look like they lead towards if you had to call it something, you'd call it a quarry. As it looks like giant pieces of stone have been hewn out of the cliffs and dragged through the swamp. The eastern area with the weird monoliths and towers look like they're completely blanketed in purple grass. And the towers, you could swear they were buildings. And it looks like giant rib cages and bone structures rising out of the earth.
Awesome. Great.
As you circle around to the upper plateau, it is completely covered in cloud. Dense black mass getting hit with purple lightning and lighting up. But you cannot see the ground on that plateau. The cloud is roiling there, and every time as you get closer, the controls get violent on the Hannibal, so you've eased off a little bit. And as you circle around the southwest corner of the island, you can see now that there's the tower and the wreckage you see that's smoking. Probably human by the looks of it.
Okay.
Looks like a dropship slightly bigger than the Hannibal has crashed there with smoke billowing out of it. Looks recent. And the tower itself is, it looks like the twisted and eroded remains of like a ergonomic or agronomic building. It looks a bit like a shattered molar on the horizon. A kilometer around it in pretty much all directions are completely vacant. It's got some aerials and stuff. You can actually see there's like bullet navigation lights on one of the aerials flashing at the top of the tower. So it may have power.
Is the tower flat enough to where we could land on it?
No.
Okay.
It kind of tapers up to the top, but there is lots of area near it that'll probably be. It's a bit more rocky though and filled with debris outside of a kilometer.
I also wouldn't trust a decrepit tower with the weight of a whole ass shuttle.
As you are getting data from the like terrain scanners, I will actually be able to provide you with a capture of what the computers are seeing. Just hold one though, because there's spoilers. So I'm just gonna clean it up a bit.
All a bunch of ones and zeros who speak binary.
Yeah, the computer, Nova's trying their best with
You're
Novacell is trying their best with the data and the computers, but the storm coverage and the Hannibal's relative lack of deep penetration scanners makes it hard to get like a good picture of the terrain on the view screen. You're kind of just flying by visuals right now, and like instruments, rudimentary instruments, I'll say. Old school.
Are we talking like 6-pack? Like I have altimeter, airspeed, attitude.
I mean, you're the pilot, I guess so.
I like the 6-pack is what they were flying with in interwar era, like 20s, 30s. They're still in like lower end planes today, but they are being almost entirely phased out in the next few years.
So maybe just whatever the future tech of that is. Then again, this is still cassette punk, so.
Okay, I've got a rudimentary scan for you of the island. Give me a second. I will put this in somewhere. What am I doing? I'm doing Mega Sync Drive, Tabletop, Mothership, Tokens. There we go. Almost done. Nova, you basically push the imagery you finally managed to get from the scanners to the main console and package it onto the Hannibal's computer.
Finally, I get something out at least.
And this is what you see.
Looks like a resort almost, kind of with like the more plateauy bit being a lake or something.
The red area is the south, with the tower and the wreck marked as red dots. The purple is the north side, with the quarry and swamp marked in purple dots. The thickest storm plateau is marked with the yellow dot. The big flat plateau that would be good for landing is the white spot. And the weird kind of purple plains with what looks like very odd buildings is marked with the green dot.
Where's it at? Sorry.
I just put it in the Discord.
Right. Okay.
So don't look at my stream if you were already, just because I'm going to put something up that's spoilers. More for the viewers.
Red was the tower and the wreck. Yellow's the quarry, or was that purple?
Purple. Purple is the swamp and the quarry. The swamp is that like most northeast point that kind of curves around. Sorry, that's the quarry I'm in.
Can we see yellow, or is that in the clouds?
Yeah, yellow is like the higher plateau. It's like filled with like storm,
Okay.
and you can't really see what's on there. The ground is covered by the low hanging cloud and lightning.
Okay. What's the green again?
Green is the purple grassed plain with weird buildings sticking out of it. Looks like almost like a city if you were gonna give it a name.
And white was the plateau. That was the best landing spot.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
White is flat rocky plateau with just like minor debris in it.
Well, not exactly a huge fan of landing and getting out, but that's what we're gonna have to do. Cult city.
If there's people here, there are definitely a cult. If there's not people here anymore, they were a cult.
Actually, you know what? I can do something with this. I can do a thing. I can just bear with me. I will make a scene for this in I'll make a scene.
I can't believe you're causing a scene, Dozer.
Honestly.
So,
The scene.
as much as it would be the best place to land, I don't want to put our only shuttle down in the middle of very sketchy stuff so close to a hellstorm.
While you guys are circling, Dean has stood up out of his seatbelt and he's looking through the window going, I told you there was stuff down here. Look at it. It's like a whole nother area.
Yeah. I'm thinking that should be south. Yeah, that's south. There's looks like a little plateau. We can find somewhere relatively flat by the tower. And this shuttle can do VTOLs, right, Dozer? Just vertical takeoff landings.
The Hannibal can.
Yeah, so we don't need a runway or anything super flat. We just
No.
need
You
somewhere
could.
flat.
It's a VTOL with landing struts. Like it can land VTOL. Yeah.
Yeah.
It
so we
can.
just
They
need-
can also land. What is it like? STVO or whatever it's called, like short takeoff and landing. If you think of the thruster layout on the Valkyrie, it's very similar, where you've got major engines and then like landing thrusters.
I think if it does both, it's a VSTOL, vertical or short takeoff and landing. VSTOL. If it's like a bush planes that weigh like 800 pounds, those are just stalls, STOL, short takeoff landing, because they can take off and land on like 40 feet of unpaved runway. Yeah, I think down here, just in that like kilometer away from the tower where there's nothing
Yeah, so that
obstructing the ground.
that rear spot on that peninsula is like the wreck of what looks like another dropship that's smoking quietly away. And that has got some areas you could probably land at if you wanted to try.
Does the crash landing look like it was made at speed? Was this put down in an emergency, or was this put down and then turned into a wreck?
Do you want to give me a check that you think would be pertinent? I think it'll be intellect, and I think any sort of piloting experience or insidey kind of stuff would be relevant to like flying or investigation.
Piloting or military training. Piloting gives me a better bonus.
Yeah, I'd say with Damien, what are you doing at the moment? Are you over like the shoulder looking at the viewports, or what are you doing?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just trying to like look at any sort of like.
You can do a check
Threats
with
or-
you can do a check with military training, and you can have advantage for killer also like seeing what you're seeing.
Ugh, okay.
Military training with advantage.
I would say you
Intellect.
both recognize that as
Nice.
yeah. Looks like it was made at speed in an emergency. You can see
Ooh,
there's a
that-
trail behind the dropship as it obviously kicked up a lot of mud and surface dirt as it like hit pretty. You can see though that it's stable. It doesn't appear to be like wrecked. It actually appears relatively intact.
Sorry,
and you
I'll
can
be right
see
back. Sorry.
no worries. And you can see that like it looks like they took the landing well. Like they probably ripped off their gear, but like the wings are intact. Thrusters and main engines look intact. It looks like, you know, it's survivable.
So, given all that, my theory is they were less careful flying in, lost some critical systems, and had to do an emergency landing without probably their, at least a significant amount of their engines.
Perhaps.
There's a decently good chance they survived and they're relatively uninjured. So we may have more survivors.
Novastar, do you want to give me another computer check, please? And you can have advantage on this one.
All right.
Alright, sweet.
Actually,
Check with advantage.
Tobias, are you going to assist with the computer stuff at all?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, you look over at the data that Novastar is looking at on one of the main computers, and you assist, you help out with the. That's why Novus has advantage, basically. Yeah, so it's pretty basic data. You're both pretty trained in this sort of analysis, and you can see that the atmosphere is relatively thin, but it does appear to be breathable.
I mean, I'm still wearing my vac suit, just in case.
What's the Hannibal doing right now? Are you still just like circling around the island totally, or are you circling in like a defined area?
I'm gonna circle around that shuttle and just slowly bleed off some altitude.
Alright.
I think next to that wreck is gonna be our best bet.
You see now that as you get closer, it looks like looks like a military dropship. It's painted in like a sort of grey drab. It has pretty standard tactical markings you guys can see from your time in the with the military service. And it looks like it's even jump capable. Like it's got a rudimentary jump drive processing capability above its 2 main engines.
Any identification markings? Something that we could tell where this is from?
Doesn't look like it. You can't see a name or any other. You're not getting any IFF readings or anything like in particular from it. No comms, no distress beacon. You are hearing a distress beacon though, pinging from maybe that tower to the northwest.
It might be a mercenary dropship, so take it with a grain of salt, but we'll see if we can help. If there are mercenaries here, I'd rather them be on our side than hating us.
Yeah.
Alright, let's put our shuttle down here and go check out the area and then that distress beacon. Good plan, great plan. Let's get to it.
Yeah.
The teenagers look a little bit more daunted at the idea of their dream and plan coming real. Slash and Burn don't look daunted at all. I'm gonna upload an image of what you can see below you.
Hey,
to the
Dean,
Discord.
how many of your guys are good with guns?
Guns? Like, I think just me. Like, have you guys had a gun? He kind of looks around. They all, like, kind of sullenly shake their heads. I mean, I don't have a gun.
I will hand him my rigging gun. Stay at the back. Make sure your people stay safe. We're gonna be taking a look around.
Yeah, he looks a little bit, like, paler. He's gonna pull out his switchblade and hand you back the rigging gun. He's like, I'll be fine with this. Getting some of his old bravado back.
Fuck it, no loss.
Dumbass.
You suspect he doesn't know how to use the rigging gun, and that's the real reason.
Old Strategicon.
Well, stay in the shuttle then. We're maybe dealing with mercenaries, and we're gonna make sure they're not a problem before we let you all out.
Oh yeah, like you guys can handle it. We'll save us for like when you find the cool spots. He kind of sits down, like clearly trying to be brave and look cool in front of his teenage friends who are also looking a little bit scareder than they were at the start of this journey.
Maybe we leave him behind, even if there isn't anything on this planet.
All right. Do you want to give me a piloting check? And is anyone else going to take the co-pilot stick?
I'll have fucking Burn take it.
Okay. Alright, you can do a normal piloting check then, without having to deal with a disadvantage.
Nice.
Nice.
Alright, it's a hard landing because there's lots of debris around, and as you get closer and closer, the depth perception is easier, and you can see that a lot of it's jutting up, and there's lots of craters and impact sites from maybe pieces of the wreckage as it crashed, or at least came in hot. So like, to not damage the Hannibal, you have to make some relatively quick adjustments, but you with the assistance of Burn, managed to put the Hannibal down on its landing struts, kicking up a bunch of that grey, ashy dust as the thrusters spool down, and the Hannibal has touched the island.
We're landing down on ash and dust.
Yeah. But you are down safe, and no one is worse for wear.
Okay.
All right,
I
folks.
shoulder tap burn, burn to square up with behind me as we counter breach the Hannibal.
So you lower the rear ramp. I'm assuming everyone's basically gearing up into vac suits, if they weren't
yeah.
already.
I'll just be giving the kids the whole atmosphere should be breathable. We're making sure everything's okay and that there's no problems around us. Spiel while everyone's doing all their last preparations.
Yeah, so I'm assuming like while that's happening, you've put on vac suits and breathing masks, and and then Burn and Damien have lowered the rear ramp and kind of walked out in a protective posture. It's quiet, too quiet. You can see that there's a fire on one of the engines of the dropship, which was generating the smoke you guys saw earlier. It's looming kind of ahead of you in the pale light of the system star. It's very dark here.
Let's see, what gear do I have?
The beams,
Oh,
the
fuck.
landing lights
Sure.
of the Hannibal are playing out over the surface, and then you've also got, vac suit mounted lighting, and then some of you might even have night vision or thermal capability, depending on the gear you have. But it's not night, but it feels like a perpetual twilight due to the thick cloud layer over the planet.
Yeah.
What's Tobias and Novastella doing at the moment?
Still just checking the computer output, see if I can make anything of it.
Alright, do you want to give me another test, please?
4 times the charm.
Nice.
There you go.
Woo!
The ratings you're getting from the ionization and the atmosphere, like the cloud, like the lightning, it doesn't really match up with Earth lightning at all. You can't discern like why it's happening in these clouds in particular, and the readings aren't giving you the standard charge. Like the standard reason you'd get lightning in an atmosphere is not whatever's causing this. As it doesn't appear to be, what is it? What causes lightning again? It's like different. It's like things interacting in the clouds, right?
You're talking about atmospheric ionization?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not happening. There's no electrical charge in the clouds from what you can detect of the Hannibal sensors.
Warm particles and cold particles are, slow moving and fast moving particles are rubbing against each other, causing a lot of friction.
Yeah.
Which caused the.
Yep, this lightning appears to not give off an electric charge at all, and you can't detect the standard ionization process.
I would hate to read the prog charts on this, please. It's nerd shit for how weather changes over the next few days.
Yeah. You can see now to the far to the south the ocean sweeping colossal 100, 200 meter high waves battering at the cliffs far, far below you guys. This plateau is a very strange anomaly. Like, this island is just like a sheer cliff just sticking out. And the ocean looks...
Cthulhu right now.
Yeah, the ocean looks hellish. With the perpetual twilight of the planet and the darkness of these colossal, monstrous waves lapping around. What hellish place this would be to live.
Wow. Damien, would you take Slash and Burn, check out their dropship, make sure there's nothing they left behind?
Sure thing.
As you look at the dropship, you can see that the rear hatch is open.
Good.
It's kind of canted slightly to its starboard side, wedged kind of belly in the mud.
Okay.
Looks like a plow went through a field as the dropship came down over the rise.
Okay.
Well, while he's doing that, I'm gonna look for like, any blood trails around the dropship, see if anyone was running out while bleeding.
Yep. You find a blood trail. And it
How do you-
leads to what looks like a body of a human in a crew uniform, face down in the mug.
How far did they make it? Like 20 feet?
Yeah, not far. Looks like they had pretty extensive bleeding around the torso.
I'll just radio over to Damon. Body here. Crash was off on him.
You can see on the back of their crew uniform, looks like some sort of like white, orange, and grey coveralls. It says the Defiance, and has kind of a crude silhouette of the dropship as like a badge or patch on the back.
The Defiance, the name of any mercenary companies that I would know of, as a
Does not, but Damien, you notice scrawled across the some of the wings and on the sort of front quarter of the ship there is big words saying the Defiance. It's probably the name of the dropship.
Yeah.
weird that they would name their dropship and have their patch for that instead of whatever the dropship came off of, but
Yeah, weird.
I mean, isn't that more or less us?
well, if we were going to get patches, it would be the Kaitosai, not the
The Hannibal?
Hannibal. Yeah.
I don't
It
know,
could be
maybe
that this
was like a
mercenary outfit
dedicated-
might have bought it, you know. You know from you guys' experience that they might have bought the dropship surplus, and this is their main ship, even if it's a dropship to a bigger warship.
Or they could have just been like the dedicated away team, so they felt more at home on this ship than the main ship. I don't know.
Well,
Either way.
you're gonna have to find someone who's not a corpse to find out.
What do you know? Just lifeless body just clinking and splatting.
I'll just-
Do you want to give me a check? Where'd Jonah go?
P.
See,
Oh,
just
okay.
DC.
He's retired.
Continue.
Damn it. Okay, I was gonna give him something to do, but that's fine. No, you guys can all see you're all experienced enough with ship stuff to know that looking at the engines and the jump drive slung between them, that this thing could probably be fixed up.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I
sick as
when
shit.
when you were talking about the like there was still smoke coming off of this, I was like, okay. So that means that like something is still on or like
Military
on
ships are normally
recently enough
pretty
for-
hardy, so like hardier than even the Hannibal, and this thing's pretty big for a dropship. Like it's significantly bigger than the Hannibal, but like not as big as the Kaitosai. But it looks relatively intact. Obviously, it's taken some fucking battering, but it's and you don't know why it crashed initially, but it's definitely not as wrecked as some ships you've seen.
Yeah. Guff. This is I know this is a big if, and like this is obviously like first sight of this, and we've only been here 2 minutes.
Are you asking if I can repair this and get it back to the Kaitosai? Because the answer is probably.
What I'm saying is, we could take this and have this replace the Hannibal, potentially, and we give the Hannibal to fucking Brecht and his team, and then they can just take the Hannibal with its sublight engines, and then, I don't know, fucking jury rig some cryopods that are like vertical along the walls instead of like all these seats, and they could do some shit that way, maybe. I don't know.
Vertical might be too dangerous, but at a diagonal, yeah.
You both,
It'd be cramped-
you both,
it'd be cramped,
you
but they
both,
can make it work.
you both are pretty skeptical about this plan, though, knowing the power output of the Hannibal's power plants is probably not great for long distance journeying.
Hey,
It
not my
would
fucking
take them-
problem.
It would take them longer than they were expecting, but they could also jury rig their power plant and engines onto the Hannibal, probably on the exterior. Just give it more juice. It won't be very stable, but it won't need to be, just until they can get rescued by someone with a bigger, more well put together ship.
Yeah, it looked like a fucking space RV, but they could do it. Okay. Yeah.
You can see the rear hatch is leading into the black interior of the dropship. You also... It looks almost like, yeah, I mean, you've got options here of what you want to do. You're basically standing over the body of the crew member who's face down in the dirt.
Okay.
I don't know, Nova, are you still on the ship or are you with the guys?
Still in the Hannibal, but
Alright.
now I'm hearing this juicy stuff. I'm gonna start walking over the ship.
Yeah, you've got
Mothership.
comms. The teenagers are just kind of chilling in the jump seats, talking again about like how great the planet is and how they're gonna make new homes here. And
Nova's hearing me like lick my lips about the repairing the dropship potentially. Like what? What?
Is anyone staying on the ship out of the party? Like in terms of like Slasher or Burn, or is it just Burn, you, and Aaron, and now Nova over the body, or is Slash with you as well?
I'll have Slash stay on the ship or on the Hannibal.
All right.
In case we need a quick exit, and also just to keep an eye on the teenagers and make sure they don't do
Slash has, I think, 2 SMGs like locked and loaded, so Slash should be fine.
Yeah.
Just kind of sitting on the co-pilot seat, vibing.
Yeah. Does the co-pilot seat swivel around to face the teenagers?
Yeah. It's just kind of like eyeing up the bay.
God.
You've got a feed of the Hannibal, basically.
My fucked up mind wants him to turn around and just like, like just the teenagers hearing like both charging handles going forward at the same time. Like, Master Slash, what are we going to do?
Nova, you close the Hannibal's ramp as you disembark, sealing it up, and head over to the guys over the near the rear hatch of the dropship.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Burn and I go on like either side of the hatch and like prepare to insert.
Yeah, I'll just be patrolling around the outside, make sure nothing comes up on us while we're in there.
Alright. Do you want to do anything before you enter, or do you want to do it in a particular way?
I'd like to shine my flashlight inside first before we like fully breach, and kind of.
All right. Do you want to give me
Like,
a check for observance, like anything that you think would be relevant to like having a look inside? Let me just pull up I need to pull up a character sheet so I know what you actually are working with. So I always just say that so vaguely. Tell me what you'd be good at.
Because I still have the old character sheet, and then
yeah, ignore that. The old character sheet's dead. Like we shouldn't be touching that anymore.
Yeah. Like I updated it. Like I have
okay.
my.
I will accept jury rigging, military training, or explosives, or wilderness survival, like lots of stuff like that.
Okay, I'll do. How do I do it? Combat, and then.
Give me an intellect check, not combat. So click the skill that you think would be relevant, and then do the intellect from the drop down.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so explosives with intellect.
Yeah. Actually, re-roll that, because I'll say that Burn is assisting with observing with his special eyes and feeding it into your HUD. I should have given you advantage, I just forgot.
Just a Halo ODST visor.
There we go.
Okay. As you look in, you can see that the cavernous entrance to the dropship's interior is pretty dark, but as you peer closer, your eyes widen as you realize that it's a pretty big storage bay containing what looks like 80 working cryopods, because there's dim lighting on each of the panels.
Jesus.
And and then a lot of gun racks. Like it looks like an armory / sleep chamber. Very, very reminiscent of the Aliens Sulaco one.
Right.
Then, but you notice as your flashlight plays across the scene, you notice a shine low at like shin height, and you see tripwires.
Right.
Across a lot of the walking spaces and rigged around the cryopods and armory shelving.
Yeah, that was gonna be another thing that I was gonna ask about, was before entering this, because one, especially because this is some sort of mercenary, or this is some sort of combat-oriented ship.
As you play your torch along the tripwire, you see it's rigged to a real clusterfuck of grenades in the corner, tucked behind one of the cryopods. And then you see these bundles.
Excuse me.
There are bundles extending pretty deep into this storage space. There is a lot of explosives here. Rigged. Live.
Yeah, I'm gonna patch back to Aaron. Hey, you want some good news or some bad news? Which one do you want first?
It's a mercenary ship. It's rigged to blow, isn't it?
Well, that's the bad news.
What's the good news?
Good news. We know nobody's fucked with it, otherwise this ship wouldn't be here.
Can you disarm it?
I can give it a go. Let's see, what do I have in items? I have an electronic tool set.
One end's obviously set to the explosives. What's the other end set to? Can you just pull from that end, take any tension off the explosives?
Potentially the wall, or some sort of like.
From what you can tell, the grenades are pretty old school with pins. Yeah, I mean, basically, like they're not that. They're like a bit more futuristic than that.
Yeah.
But they're still a traditional spoon and pin system.
What I'm asking,
these are M2s.
And the tripwire basically is tied to one of them, one of the pins rings, and then attached to the other side would be like shelving or another pivot point, or some of them are rigged pin to pin further in the storage space.
Like the pins are interlocked.
No, like there's a tripwire between the ring of the pins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
like
gotcha.
on the ones near the exit, it's like on a shelf. You can pull from the grenade side towards the grenade. That would put all the tension on the shelf side and then cut that. But deeper in, there's grenades on both sides where you can't pull on either end to put tension there.
I mean, okay.
Give me a second. I'm
Like
just gonna adjust this grid a little bit with this map.
Okay.
Because
I'm about to ask something that's both my knowledge as killer and also Damien would probably know.
Who's here? I'm just gonna put down Aaron, Damien,
Me.
Burn,
Nova and Burn.
Nova. Yeah, I'll leave everyone else on the Hannibal, so I won't bother. I'm just putting this down for more like my reference than actually like scale.
Yeah. Okay. So Dozer, can I argue this, that basically Damien and I have the same background here?
Honestly, if you can spot the tripwires and safely just like you can literally just snip them, they're not like electronically rigged or anything.
Well, yeah. Like
You just don't want to pull
if we
them to pull the pins out.
I was actually going to go into detail and say I want to push my thumb like inward to where the pin would pull outward, so like putting my fingers against the hammer or the spoon that would release, and then pushing my thumb to where the pin connects to the spoon, and then just cutting the wire. That way, like,
so like securing it.
Tension.
Yeah.
I'm like counter tension. I'm providing counter torque to the.
Give me 5 explosive tests with intellect, and you can have advantage on all of them because of burn.
Okay. Right? Is that correct? Was that intellect mod? Okay. Well, that's not good.
You see that a couple are more complex, and that you don't know if you can like safely disarm them without like potentially walking into another tripwire.
Okay.
They're kind of like interlocking.
This is like a web.
Yeah,
it's
a pretty nasty little operation they've set up for you.
Okay. Do you want me to just roll all 5 of these, or just
roll all 5 of them
at a time?
No, roll all 5 with advantage, and I want to see what happens.
So there's 2, so that one's good, potentially. Ooh, that one's really good potentially. That's 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Okay,
Well,
pick it.
4
You
out of
and
the 5
you,
are
with
successful.
Burn spotting and feeding the shine of like seeing what he can see in his vision, feeding it back to you through your HUD and picking your way through the dark hole, and basically using your little maneuver of snipping, like holding and snipping. You eventually work your way through and get rid of all the tripwires safely.
Nice. Okay.
The grenades are still very much live and like
Yeah.
gaffer taped into nooks and crannies all around this like armory / cryo room. But you're probably free to walk around without setting them off.
Okay. Can I take like a solid? So like, okay. So this is just one room of the dropship, right?
Yeah, it looks like it leads towards a bulkhead at the back,
Okay.
which goes further
Bulkhead's
into the
closed?
dropship. At the moment, yes.
All right, cool. I'm gonna do like a once over of the room and just check it to make sure it's clear. With Burn just right on my shoulder, and then once I know it's clear, can I take about whatever amount of time it would take me to just move all these grenades outside?
Okay, so you and Burn untape the grenades from their bundles and unwrap them from their taping, like into their individual grenades rather than clusters. And
Yeah.
again, make sure they're inert and not like gonna pull with the tape the pins out or anything. And you guys
I'm gonna
can
lay them in like a
collectively,
really long line.
you
on the
guys can
ground.
collectively have 30 frag grenades.
Okay. Can you just add that to the?
I'll just add it to the Kahadash cargo thing.
Yeah. Well, it looks like I don't have to worry about fucking rationing my grenades. Although I wasn't hoping to use these.
I'll just put it in the shared
Oh.
loot as 30 times frag grenade.
Cool. Yeah. Not the M1 frag grenade. This is the M2 frag grenade. Possibly the M3. Okay, cool. Going back inside. Like I'm not trying to look at anything, gun racks, cryopods, anything yet.
It's pretty
Trying to
empty.
figure
It
out
looks
this
like it
thing.
was. You can see some crates, like pelican style plastic crates, have been like opened and emptied, and strewn across the bay. It looks like whoever was here like probably survived the initial crash and then fucked off, and then left that little surprise for anyone who came snooping.
That's fine with me. We can use Falcon cases.
Aaron and Novus, you guys can probably safely enter now as well. Now that the other two
Right.
boys have disarmed the little fun trap.
Yeah, once we moved all the grenades outside, I'll like wave my hand. I mean, like, come on.
I'm gonna keep patrolling the outside, but I'm gonna start cycling my radio through all the channels just to see if there's anyone trying to reach somebody else on this place.
All right, you eventually
Oh,
get a
sorry,
hit.
static.
You eventually get a hit on one of the comms channels, and it appears to be the message Dean intercepted earlier, just on repeat. The 2 distress signals.
You're back again.
They are clearly recorded though, because you've heard these before, and they're just repeating if you listen long enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen long enough to make sure it's the same thing and then continue cycling, and I'll
Yep.
just keep looping through channels.
You're not really getting anything else except static.
Yeah. Not expecting
Um,
to, but there is an off chance someone tries
Yeah.
at some point.
Just to reiterate, you're basically getting the 2 messages, the first broadcast and the second broadcast from, Lance Corporal Victoria Bradley, talking about fire teams and French and Chinese and, something about empty buildings and fire teams, something about, the dropship. You suspect those signals are actually coming from whoever crashed this dropship. Or at least the original distress signal was.
Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna do that while they finish checking out the ship.
Alright.
And was Nova going in or staying outside?
Yeah, I'm going in as well.
Killer went away, right? Are we just waiting for Killer to get back?
What? Oh, there.
If we're waiting for
Christian, do we
Killer,
know if this place has a computer bay or not? Like the ship?
Do you want to go further into it?
I mean, I assume we wait for Killer, but hey, maybe we can get another
It's up to you
AI
guys.
up.
Right, I'm back.
welcome back.
Alright. What, did I miss anything?
I'm just cycling through radio channels to see if anyone's trying to talk.
Okay.
And then Nova's joining you inside.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Burton and I will
try and-
go to the other side of the door.
I'm gonna try and see if there's any sort of computer room. See if this.
You enter the bulkhead opens freely. No issues, no further booby traps from what you can tell. And as you are looking down a long hallway that looks like it leads towards a bridge section at the front, and to either side of you are basically, you know, like a small mess, a small bathroom. It looks like there's a couple of keypad doors on either side of you, flanking the hallway, directly after the storage bay.
Any windows on those doors?
No.
Okay.
They look like they're pretty much designed to be, like, secure storage.
Yeah. Hey, Aaron, from the outside of the ship, can you see any sort of weapon systems on the ship?
Are there any weapons?
Looking around, it looks like there are some weaponry. Hard to tell what they are. It's just some gun barrels sticking out of the nose.
Yeah. Okay.
Two, in fact. Kind of
With this being a dropship.
They're kind of underslung under the front canards with the thrusters on them.
Are they like buried in the ground?
Kinda, yeah. It just looks like gun barrels.
Two guns.
Probably not
under the
dissimilar
nose.
to your autocannons.
Two guns under the nose, buried in the ground. Can't tell if they're on turrets for fire support or point defense. Probably
Gotcha.
fire support.
Looks
Yeah,
like fire
might
support.
be.
They're just kind of fixed mountings, like
Yeah.
on either
this
side
being
of
a
the
type
bridge.
With this being a type of dropship, that wouldn't be weird.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
You notice
I'll just
both the
kinda-
doors have a. It looks like one door to the left, the one that's got a keypad, is marked as cargo ejector, and then
Okay.
on the right it says private storage. Now the cargo ejector, they both have keypads. The cargo ejector though has a weird kind of like, well, looks like kind of a weird jury-rigged block next to the keypad. It's got like a battery and like it's kind of like taped in place.
Mm-hmm.
Is it on spicy Play-Doh by chance?
Doesn't, I mean, Killer, do you want to give me an explosives check?
Yeah.
Or
Just
or
straight-
anyone? Does anyone else have explosives?
I was considering taking explosives, but Killer already had it, so I went with piloting.
I'll also accept
Uh,
like chemistry or anything like chemistry.
For this, do you want me to also do intelligence or combat?
Do intelligence.
Okay. Just straight roll.
Just a normal roll.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it doesn't look like C4 or the base equivalent C6, but it looks safe-ish. But it looks like it interfaces with the keypad's electronics.
Okay. Well, you said this was cargo ejector.
Yeah.
This might be some sort of.
Nova, do you want to give me an?
Yep.
Actually, do you have any? Who's got like an industrial machinery, or whatever it's called?
I do.
Okay, Scuff, do you want to give me a check for that with intellect? you notice that the private storage section to the right is not actually attached fully to the hull. And you can see there's rails on the floor that lead to the cargo ejector door. So if you were going to make a wild guess, you would assume this is some sort of dump, like storage, that like if something is compromised, it can be ejected out of the dropship ASAP. And you suspect that if you were to use the cargo ejector, it would fire the private storage locker or safe or whatever you want to call it out the side of the ship at high speeds.
Yeah. Oh,
The private storage or the one that I'm looking at?
It's basically like, let me just draw a really rudimentary paint drawing for you.
Okay.
from what I'm hearing, it sounds like the private storage is just placed in the ship, and the cargo ejector is there to shove it out of the ship if shit is getting fucky with it. Is that about right, Dozer?
Yeah, let me just give you a second. I'm just doing a little paint diagram. Basically, you're in a corridor, like a hallway, and to your left and right is like two doors.
Yeah.
And the right door is marked like private storage, and it looks like it can freely move along rails right out the other door, which is marked cargo ejector.
Okay, so this door would basically open. So this door that I'm looking at, which is the left door,
Yeah, cargo ejector.
basically, yeah, just opens into what would be like space
I guess so. Yeah,
or whatever.
yeah.
And
Atmosphere.
the other one would
Yeah.
just like slide across the corridor and just get. Boom.
Like the Monsters Inc. doors.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's basically maybe where they could put sensitive material, like radioactive shit or bombs
Right.
or
I still
prisoners?
have my fucking. I still have my environment suit on.
Yep. I'll just pass that along to Damien, because I'm just watching through his helmet cam over the radio.
So looking at the right door and trying to open the right door, because the right door looks like it would actually have stuff inside it potentially.
the right door has
So-
also got a keypad, and that does not have any weird extra little device attached. Just a normal keypad, and it does have a red locked window attached.
Yeah. Who out of I'll just say the four of us, because maybe Burn has something, would be able to potentially like hotwire this keypad.
I've got hacking.
Yeah. All right. I'll go for it.
I'm competent with computers, but Nova's your better bet.
I've also got my what's it called? My what did I use last time to hack that door? Is that the computer terminal or the diagnostic scanner?
What's the thing on the other? What's that? Sorry, say again.
Oh, I was just figuring out what I used last time to hack open that door.
I think it was your
Is that like a
yeah.
Well, it's probably that. Yeah.
oh, yeah, computer terminal. Sweet. Intellect and roll.
You it looks like the keypad itself is a pretty high level military firmware after you run a bypass. And it looks like tampering might lock it out if you tamper too much. You haven't tampered too much, so you're fine for now. But you know that bypassing the software of a military level keypad might be like pretty challenging. And if you were to
Okay,
try it too many times unsuccessfully, it would lock out forever. Or worse. I mean, you wouldn't put it past these people if they're gonna rig a dropship with live grenades. They might do something else.
Yeah. Let's hold off on that then. And maybe if we can get the dropship up and running, we can interface Mommy with the ship and see if she can find some sort of access code. Or maybe we can find a body somewhere around this place.
I will say also
would
that you
help
notice that the
out.
keypad on the left of the cargo ejector has that weird, like, extra device attached to it. That's clearly
What?
not Yeah, there's the weird thing that you thought might have been explosives that's attached to the cargo ejector keypad,
Yeah.
which is also locked.
Yeah.
Can I take it out and inspect it, or is it stuck to the keypad?
It's attached with some cabling, and it looks like it's got an independent battery, and it looks pretty jury-rigged. So do you want to inspect it closer using your hacking?
Yep.
Alright, give me another roll.
Second time's the charm. What are these rolls?
You don't know exactly what the device does, but you get the instinctual sense that maybe it's to fuck with anyone tampering with the keypad. That potentially it's to fire the cargo storage out of the cargo ejector if you were to try and hack this panel.
Okay, so all the great to know.
It looks like it's all interlinked somehow. You don't know for sure, and you don't want to try it.
Great, a hacker that can't hack.
Yeah, maybe not today. Maybe you're just a little bit shaken by the experience of the landing
We all have
and
those days.
the grenades everywhere. You're sweating and your hands are shaking, so you don't know if you want to play with the funny plater.
He's weak.
Arms weak, legs are heavy.
Yeah, Bern and I we're gonna shoulder to shoulder, like combat pace up to the next door.
Next door leads into the bridge, which looks relatively intact. If it wasn't for the pilot and the co-pilot slumped down in their seats, with the windscreens blown out. Their bodies, they're also wearing Defiance jumpsuits, and it looks like they got lacerated pretty hard by the windshield and bolt like pieces of metal shearing off the cockpit.
I'll just wave from outside.
Yeah, I'm gonna pat him down while Bern just takes point.
Yeah, it looks like there's not really anything there. No personal effects or anything.
What's in your pocket? What's in there? It looked interesting.
Do you want to look through their pockets?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a sec.
I'm rifling, baby.
Give me
Rifling
one
around.
sec.
What has it got in its pockets?
That pocket's precious.
Pockets precious.
Just bear with me. It's been a while.
Also, did these guys have flight helmets or just like caps?
They looks like they just had caps, like field caps.
Oh, lame. These definitely aren't Pelican pilots then. With those cool domed helmets.
You guys didn't see a roll just now, did you? Wait, why did they come from Aaron?
For me, it's a Warden Dozette.
Did it give you the number, or was it just hidden?
No, it's question marks.
Yeah, it's all question marks from Dozette.
Weird, okay. Anyway, I can use it then.
If you have my token selected, that's probably why it came from me.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Dude, there's another fly.
Truly a horrible fate.
A fate worse than death.
Well, you guys might hear a loud bang. Just ignore that. Got it.
You said a loud bang. I thought you were bringing out a shotgun.
You find under one of the bodies a coffee mug
No.
that reads, "If there is no order, keep quiet."
If there is
Peeps.
no order,
Yep.
is that like literal? Like if nobody's ordering, be quiet, or is it what?
Yeah, it's just I'm just reading you the text. It's on the coffee mug. If there is no order, keep quiet.
If your boss doesn't give you work, don't ask for it.
Maybe. I'm gonna go ahead and gain the stress because I'm trying to like piece this together. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do it. Oh god, you know
I
what, am gonna
completely
gain stress
forgot about
for it.
giving you guys stress for failures. You should have all had like 8 stress by now. Let's start that counter again. Don't put your stress up. I'll just remember that you actually have to earn stress in the system.
You know what I am gonna gain a stress for though, Dozer?
What's that?
Thunder banging on my fucking door.
The poor baby.
Yeah, he heard me kill a fly and he took that personal.
As you guys are picking through the bodies, the people outside, I think that's just, is that just you, Scuff, Aaron?
Yeah.
You hear the sound of wheat flapping leather in the distance.
Ooh.
If you had to call it something.
Wheat flapping leather?
Wet.
Oh.
That sounds like it sounds
Flop, flop, flop.
a little while away. You can't see anything in the direction.
Might be something out here. Keep your eyes peeled. I'm gonna look around for whatever's making that noise.
Alright.
Sorry, that's thunder.
Does this ship have a computer bay?
Not a computer bay, it looks like it's all just bridge controlled. But there are computers in the bridge.
Any sort of like central kind of like place? But not like the bridge, but like anything that might look like it can access like computer things.
Not really. It looks like they just come off the main power, maybe. Like there's the standard kind of navigation computer controls and like multifunction displays that read out, you know, like statuses of ships and stuff. Everything's turned off at the moment, probably because there's no mainline power going through the engines. But you know, a lot of it looks intact. There's no central like core though. This ship isn't big enough for that. There probably is some sort of terminal like deep within the hull of the ship that's, you know, the central control like computer, but like, you know, it's basically a pretty rudimentary avionics package. It's not like a, you know, like a mainframe that you'd see on like the Kahadash or like a, you know, bigger vessel.
The space 6-pack, a 12-pack.
Yeah.
It's a SPAC.
It's got a computer much like a car has a computer, like an ECM. It's basically just a, you know, the way of controlling like algorithms and controls, not like a terminal, if that makes sense.
It has electronic countermeasures. Nice.
What did I mean? ECU. I mean ECU.
Alright, I'm just gonna have Burn like kind of flick through any of the controls and like toggle switches and buttons and stuff and see if anything's operable.
Since none of you did anything drastic, as far as you can tell, the wet leather sound fades away. Aaron, you hear it move into the distance, whatever it was.
Which direction was it coming from? Like east, northeast?
Yeah, let's say northeast. Like over over the ridge that way.
Yeah.
Well, we're not alone here, if nothing else.
Towards Fuck City.
It literally must have been the wind.
Uh-huh.
When was the last time the wind whispered hostiles to you?
Hello.
You don't really find anything. It looks like the ship was stripped pretty bare, apart from the locked storage container, maybe.
In terms of like items, or you're talking about like ship equipment? Like.
What do you mean by ship equipment?
So I just mean like shit that makes the ship functional.
Oh, that's all still there. Like that's all.
Okay.
But none of it seems to be operational right now. A lot of it's pretty intact though. There's definitely some structural damage, and there's some you know, obviously some repairs that would need to be made to make this like space worthy. But like a lot of the terminals aren't like smashed to bits, or you know, there's not a lot of like. There's a bit of blood on the decking from like the dead pilots.
Yeah, that's whatever.
But generally the systems seem okay. You would probably just need to get someone like Phil down here to have a look at it all.
Yeah.
I mean, I could probably get it airworthy.
Yeah.
Definitely not space-worthy, but I don't have to worry about that, so I could fly to the Kaitosai once it can get in the air.
Yeah, might be a bit rough, but it looks like the Defiance is relatively salvageable now that you've disarmed the fucking storage area filled with grenades. In terms of like man-portable loot. There's nothing really apart from that coffee mug you found and, like, I guess clothing on the bodies. Everything else has been, ransacked. And,
Was there anybody in the cryopods?
no, they were operational but empty.
Okay.
It looks like they were on backup power, if you had to say, because the main engines are not ticking over.
That's fine.
Based on the, what you can tell, it looks like, you know, this wasn't that long ago that this crashed. There's not, like, a layer of dust on everything or anything. The bodies aren't, like, decomposed wildly.
Ooh, okay.
Interesting.
I have some thoughts.
Okay.
We can... If we can get this through the atmosphere, we'll have Slash and Burn, or one of you, if you know how to pilot, take the Hannibal up. We'll dock the Hannibal. Actually, no, we'll get the... What's this dropship called? The Defiance?
Defiance.
We'll get the Defiance up near the Cartadash, have Mommy use the Cartadash's maneuvering thrusters to dock the Defiance, since it's not a very airworthy vessel right now. We want to use its thrusters as little as possible because they're going to break eventually.
I will say, looking at the size of this dropship, it's not like the biggest cargo vessel you've ever seen. But you know that this probably won't fit inside the cargo bay of the Cartadash. It's bigger than that. Smaller than the overall vessel, but the parent ship for a dropship like this probably needs to be a lot bigger. You suspect maybe like a military corvette or bigger?
It'd have to be like the, what was it, the Brago?
Yeah.
Where it had like multiple cargo bays.
Okay.
It'd
Yeah.
have to be probably close to that size.
It's big as far as dropships go.
Alright.
And the fact that it has a jump engine means it's probably system operations scaled.
Yeah.
So we can drop the Hannibal off in the Cartadash. I can fly this, or we can slave it to Mommy's systems. And jump to wherever is closest that we can get a repair.
Yeah. That's probably you all together surmise that's probably doable.
Yeah.
And I do want to get Phil working on this, because if we can tether it to the Cartadash, we can use the Cartadash's alternator to charge this thing's backup battery to keep the cryo bay running, and that'll solve our people not having enough cryopods issue.
I mean, we have we have 500 meters of high tensile cable.
I'm not going to comment on alternator, but yeah, basically.
What do you mean, does it?
It's fine. Look, I said ECM. That's fine.
What, the Spalternator? Come on.
Yeah. The sci-fi-nator. I don't know why.
An alternator is just the thing that charges the battery off of the engine.
Yeah. Like, I know what a real alternator is. It's funny.
Yeah.
The idea of like a giant
repower
reactor just having like a little alternator for like a car battery in a dropship.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll jury rig the fusion cells to be recharged.
I like to imagine you just go into like the hull of this giant military dropship and like deep within, right into this like little pocket. It's just like the standard like 12-volt like acid battery.
Yeah, there's
to
two
run
nubs
jumper
we just
cables.
attach
Yeah.
two cables to.
That's more why I was laughing.
It's like underneath the pilot seat.
Yeah.
Plot twist, the Cartadashes run off AA batteries.
Yeah, it's just
It's
like a
half right.
bank.
Think we can afford double A's?
Yeah, this.
Now, as you are watching for the wet flapping noise, Aaron, you did also notice what looked like humanoid tracks leading over the rise into the distance, heading towards that tower you guys saw earlier.
Humanoid meaning like feet or
Yeah,
boots?
like human, like tread, like it looked like boots. Yeah,
Okay.
standard footprints. I shouldn't have said humanoid. Human footprints. Yeah. Nothing
Like,
untoward.
My instinctive squint. Yeah. Well, we can't. Yeah, we can't do much with this ship right now. So.
Yeah, if you're all done with the dropship, that tower's our next point of interest. That thing that might have been looking around went off to the northeast, so we'll want to check that out eventually.
Yeah, I do want to check out at least that main building.
You suspect, based on the scale of the island, the tower is probably 20 kilometers from you, roughly.
Oh fuck me. Jesus.
Got a bit of a hike.
Do we want to take the Hannibal?
Bit of a hike with a giant flying thing around. I don't like those odds.
It lost interest and fucked off after a minute. I don't think it's gonna be back for a while.
It's not necessarily the flying thing, but like 20 clicks for us, cool. Not really a huge deal. 20 clicks for us and a bunch of fucking teenagers.
Fair point.
Like, if we want to just use the Hannibal as basically a fucking hover vehicle at this point and just, like, keep it about 10 meters above the ground and just go forward, like, I feel like that should be easy enough.
Does Slash know how to fly?
Yep.
Yeah,
they're both
they're navigation officers.
They were basically both sold to the Alexis as assistance with standard ship protocol stuff. That's actually their specialty. Is like flying and navigation. They're actually better at that than they are at combat, so.
Which is weird. Because they're pretty fucking good at it.
Yeah, the company that made them is designed for pretty like strong like long-term designs for long journeys out in space. They're pretty sturdy design. They are both made by Vivometry Generative Enterprises. They were advertised as robots with synthetic humanoid shells for ship assistants / officer stand-ins. That is directly from the bio on Burn and Slash's character sheets.
Alright.
Yeah, they're really well fleshed out characters that Mothership gave us.
They don't have piloting skill as such. Like, they're not designed to be pure pilots, but they can do rudimentary like docking procedures and shit. Like, in a pinch, they'd be fine. They're not going to be as good as you, but they're going to be like fine.
I think
they're no starfighter aces. Also,
if we are expecting trouble, I think I should be the one flying and swap me out for Slash. I'll
That's
keep
fine.
the rear door open and Slash can be a hail gunner of sorts, but
Yeah, Slash is still in the co-pilot seat, so it's fine.
alright.
Alright, let's get back to the Hannibal then, and then we'll just very low altitude hover over to the
I was thinking, while we've got a bit of a trip ahead of us, we could try to call, what was her name, Lieutenant something?
You talking about from the transmission?
Yeah. It's
Oh,
Lieutenant.
Victoria Bradley.
Yeah.
Sure.
If they're going to be monitoring a single channel, it would probably be their distress signal.
You want to try to send something back over that channel?
That was my plan.
Alright, I'll go for it.
Alright. I'll swap my radio over to that, the distress signal from Lieutenant Victoria Bradley. Just,
Novus, you can confirm the gain of the signal's adequate and the frequencies are fine, but you guys don't get any response.
what was the other distress
They're
signal?
dead.
Yeah, possibly. But it was fairly recent.
Yeah. You think it implied that they'd hit some sort of combat, but they were definitely alive not that long ago.
What was the other distress signal on?
Do you want me to just repost the distress signals in their entirety for you?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a
I-
second. It's been
So
a while,
basically
to be
going-
fair, and they're pretty detailed.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
when you posted the distress signal, we were still using the Lost Battalion.
Yeah. I'll just repost them for you guys in the chat. So the first distress signal said this, and the second broadcast said this.
Lance Corporal Victoria Bradley.
There you go. There's your two transmissions. Wait, why did that post the whole thing? Whoops. Give me a second. I just want
You want to
this.
just delete? You want to just delete the first one?
No. I'll just I'll do them separately, so it's easier to read. There you go.
Okay, cool. Well, shit. I mean, for all we know, maybe this dropship was coming to take a look at what was going on, and they thought that there were hostiles here, so they engaged Lance Corporal Victoria Bradley's faction, and like whoever's in the tower or wherever else Bradley was, like the two of them got into it. I don't know. Because like with the whatever military or mercenary dropship like crash landing, that seems to be something significant. Like something was heavy enough to either down the pilots, and that's why it crashed, because the pilots lost control, with like the view screen breaking and them dying by all the shrapnel or something. But that seems like it's another intelligence kind of move instead of a wild kind of creature thing. But I mean, hell, I could be wrong.
That does raise a
leather flapping wings thing. I don't know.
That does raise a good point. If the front window was broken, the nose of the shuttle looked relatively intact, right?
Yeah.
Like under the window.
Yeah.
But if
That being said,
if
it's
the
it's
nose-
definitely scraped and they're pretty armored. Like it's an armored dropship, so maybe it just didn't show much of a damage.
Yeah, but if the nose was relatively intact in a nose-first crash landing, that shouldn't be a harsh enough landing to break the window, especially not with enough force to kill the pilot and co-pilot.
Perhaps, yeah.
I'm thinking that's why it crashed. Is whatever caused the windscreen to break and kill the pilots. Whatever, we don't know that, but I feel like we can reasonably assume that's why it crashed, is because something broke through the windscreen, and all the glass and shrapnel, whatever, just shredded the pilots. And then nobody was there to control it, so it crashed. Now it's just a question of what caused that.
Dozer, are there any universal distress signal channels other than the one that this was broadcast on?
Yeah. There's typically a stranded SOS channel, like standard kind of ship procedure, at least in the spaces you've worked in. Like there's regional variations, but there's like a universal set of frequencies that most people use.
I'm gonna just filter through a few of them and just radio over on the short range. If anyone's alive and can hear this, please respond. Wait like a minute, go to the next. And then just fly over to the tower, slow at 10 meters off the ground.
Alright. First 7 clicks or so, you hear nothing.
Okay.
Give me a second. You hear the sound of the wet leather again.
Mm-hmm.
And careening into the area of the valley, sort of above, coming over a plateau, is what looks like some weird flapping wing things. Like a series of them.
Okay.
and they're
Gross.
chasing towards the Hannibal. And I'll say there's 9 of them.
What distance and direction?
Southeast towards the green dot, I would say. They're like over this way, coming towards the Hannibal. As you guys, I'll say you've moved up like 7 clicks. So
Okay.
they're like here, coming over the rise towards you. They're trying to intercept
Right.
the Hannibal, but the Hannibal's just staying ahead of them. They're kind of hard to make out what they are.
Okay. How far?
They look organic.
So we should still have the tail ramp down.
Yeah.
I'd say a couple of clicks, so maybe a click out. Click and a half.
Okay. I'm gonna look at Burn and be like, Burn, swap out with Slash.
They swap out successfully.
Just because I don't think Burn with the flamethrower will be necessarily a whole lot of use compared to...
Slash gets up and stomps towards the rear, like along the plating, along the row of jump seats to the rear hatch. And ramp.
Both his arms still at a 90-degree angle with his SMGs. Just
Sure.
going forward.
Yeah, and then Burn takes the seat with next to Aaron.
Okay.
Yeah. If the Hannibal can outrun these things, I want to just keep them inside of small arms weapon range, but outside of melee range.
Yeah,
And,
you want to you want to slow us down then? And then like
Yeah.
I'll give you the signal when to like go back to full speed.
As you slow down, they get a bit closer, and you can see they look like they're half a meter long and greyish in color, with a fat, legless, slug-like body. Moist, heavy wings make it sound like wet leather flapping in the wind.
Okay.
So we're getting chased by flying slugs.
Yeah, they've got kind of a weird, fucked pucker mouth, like a lamprey in the middle of their head.
Sorry.
We're getting chased.
Sorry. Say
Leech
again.
harpies.
Say again. Last.
I'm not saying again, that disgusted me.
It's leech harpies.
Some fucked pucker lips.
I'm gonna put an image for you in the Discord of roughly
Oh.
what you're seeing in the distance.
Oh
Oh,
god,
fuck,
do I
fucker
want to
lip.
see it?
Yes.
Like a
let's
lamprey.
go. Let's fucking go.
And there's 9
these
of
are
these things
harpy
flapping
slugs.
at you.
Oh, it's like oh shit. Oh god damn.
Ooh.
What were they called in
In Mass
Star
Effect?
Wars? God damn.
Oh, fuck.
It's right on the tip of my puckered lip.
I was
the,
thinking Thresher Maws from Mass Effect.
That too. Shit.
They've kind of formed up into like a loose little formation, but they're obviously animal-like, so they're not really like they're not like a perfect fighter jet wing, but
Yeah, they're moving into attack formation.
yeah, but they're moving.
My knock.
Mynock, that's what they are. Yeah.
Oh god, those things are ugly.
Yeah, inside the big space worm.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, yeah. Once they're about, I don't know, 20 meters out, I'll try to engage them as well as Slash can try to engage them.
You see one of them try to launch a glob of what looks like slime towards the Hannibal, but it drops off rapidly and falls to the ground.
Alright, how far did that slime or whatever look to drop off? Like, how far in between it and us?
Probably like, I don't know, 10 meters or so. It looked like it had a pretty like arcing down trajectory as they see stuff flapping towards you.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna let them get a little bit closer then.
Okay.
So, like, 15 meters out.
Alright.
And then we'll engage.
Alright. The Hannibal is coasting along, engines throttled like sort of at like 70% or so to maintain the speed ahead of the moth things, or slime moth things. And basically they are within range now of your plan.
It's 70% of a dropship. That's some fucking fast slugs.
Alright,
Sorry, I phrased that bad. Like, you got 70% like throttled up of like the landing thrusters, and you're just kind of pitching forward a little bit. You're not using the main like exiting atmosphere engines.
Okay. So I was gonna say like
You've got like
cruising
you've
throttle.
got like collective up, and you're pitched forward as you're like speeding along like above the surface.
I was gonna say
Like-
cruising throttle on the single engine training plane I fly. Like 55% throttle is still 120 miles an hour.
Yeah, no, you would be boosting into a cliff at full speed if it was like
Flying slugs going Mach 5.
So what did you want to like shoot at them, Killer?
Yeah, sure.
Is it you and Slash, or just you, or just Slash, or just you?
Both of us.
Okay.
So like all three of our weapons.
I guess just make a classic SMG shot.
Okay.
Be me tempted to just blind fire down the back of the
Oh fuck me.
Fail?
Both.
It's a critical failure.
Yeah, so both of you, maybe it's the dust of this planet, or maybe it's just bad luck, but both you and Slash have a jam on one of your SMGs.
Both. Oh, I was rolling for both of us.
No, for you. I rolled for Slash as well. It might have come up private, I don't know.
Okay.
Fail.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Slash, thrown off by the lack of recoil from one arm, hasn't compensated for the other SMG, which doesn't jam, but also doesn't do anything. It just misses harmlessly off the left side of some of the moths.
Okay.
Do you want to give me a piloting check, Scuff?
Oh no.
Where is piloting intelligence? Or intellect?
Sure, yeah. Or combat. I'll accept combat.
Intellect's better.
You know from your experience with the Hannibal, you could probably open up the planetary engines a little bit, and it might burn the fucking bejesus out of these moths. At the range they are behind the exhausts, and the main thrusters, you probably could open up that manifold like a little bit and torch the fuckers, if you'd like to.
Fuck it, why not? There's nothing in front of us. We're flying off into the ocean.
Can you give me two? Piloting checks, please?
Piloting combat.
You can use combat or intellect. I don't mind.
I'll go with intellect because it's better. So 43 and 71.
Ooh.
Those 2 hits.
Nice. So you crank the manifolds in sequence, just gently, and the Hannibal fires up, and you luckily, Slash and Damien I guess holding on while they're standing at the back ramp, because the Hannibal.
Backsuits, they've got mag boots.
Yeah. But the ship lurches forward as the vector thrusters open up wider, sending a stream of basically igniting the 9 moths behind you on fire, as you hear distant screeching as the flaming moths peel away and head over a distant plateau hill back to the southeast and fuck right off.
Oh, excuse me.
And you down throttle and basically switch off the main thrusters again.
So how many of those did we burn?
No, it's a 9-ish.
Oh, all of them?
I think you got most of them, and the rest are probably just demoralized, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I heard that like they all fucked off, but I couldn't remember.
They all fucked off, but like yeah, it was hard to tell. There was basically just a bit of light. You saw flaming moths fuck off. You were busy holding on, and
Yeah.
the movement of the Hannibal made it hard to make out exactly what happened, but you know the thrusters got him.
Gotcha.
And
If those are at all flammable, they'll probably keep burning for a while. If they're as greasy as they look, they're going to be burning for a long time.
Yeah, those greasy fucks.
Common L.
1 second.
So, that does mean I'm not going to be turning the engines off, though. 'Cause, apparently they're very effective weapons here.
Why'd you bite me, you fucker?
Classic thunder moment.
I'm trying to pet you, you dick.
You guys head forward closer. You can see the tower in the distance. Metallic objects glinting, kissed by the sun, the pale sunlight. The land appears burnt and littered from impacts with random pieces of myriad spacecraft. Now ahead of you, you do see a circle of like it's coming up about 500, 600 meters ahead of you. It looks like a pile of dead, long, elongated creatures.
Right.
You want me to throw a spectre up to the top of this tower, see if there's anybody alive up there?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll, like fucking Saigon Embassy in reverse, drop these people off at the roof of the tower.
Oh,
Okay,
fuck.
so you don't want to investigate the bodies ahead of you before the
no,
tower?
no. Well, let's just do like, let's not land or like, you know, fast rope onto the tower. Let's just take a close look at the top of the tower.
Okay.
And then if we don't see anything, then we'll go ahead and land. Or well, we'll take a close look at the bodies.
Now it looks like if you had to call it the building, it looks like a tower that's kind of a hybrid bunker or armory and research station. It's like looks like red painted concrete. And it's kind of jutting up and has like aerials on the roof. You can see the front door looks like sealed, and there's also appears to be like some ruined wall leading into the sort of initial tower. Now, from what you can tell as well, like, you probably could get onto the roof, and like, there's not a whole lot up there. It's just like communications towers or aerials, from what you can see.
Okay.
Do you want to give me a
Yeah.
piloting check, Scott?
Do I?
No. No. Oh my god. Thunder's about to walk
Hey!
on my fucking
That was
computer.
almost a critical fail.
Jesus Christ.
You basically pull forward, and but you see with the cluster of aerials on the roof, getting too close with the Hannibal might snare the vessel and cause some issues.
Too cluttered up there. You guys gonna be alright for a ground top?
Yeah, let's just hover us like a couple feet off the ground, and let's take a look at some of these creatures real quick, and then we can set down once we get a closer look.
Yeah, I'll just fly like 5 meters over all the bodies. See what these things are, see what killed them, see if there's anything else in the area.
So it looks like it kind of merges with the cliff wall of the tower a little bit. And you can see that there's basically 2 broken walls leading further into the facility. Including like what looks like a major kind of front door. There's like broken glass and crumbled walls leading into like maybe a main entrance.
Hmm. Okay. I'm just gonna swap to my phone real quick, but carry on. Don't mind me. Check. There we go.
Yep. That's fine.
Back there.
So you said it was cracked walls.
Yeah, it's kind of like the ground entrance, like the ground you can see. Basically, the tower is like a thin, slender tower rising up above like a kind of oval-shaped ground floor. The oval-shaped ground floor is like got some basically like some crumbled walls that it's like southwest and northeast like corners. I mean, it's an oval,
Okay.
so it's not. There's not corners, but it's like, yeah. I'll give you another paint diagram.
And before the ruins are just the legends of the hidden temple.
Thank God.
This is kind of what it looks like. This is not a good diagram, sorry, but it's basically like the wiggly lines are like cracked exterior walls with the glass and stuff and concrete.
Okay.
Then you've got like a donut kind of like round circle shaped building, like ground floor with a door. And then you've got like the tower complex itself, which is just like a concrete rectangle basically. Heading up to like aerials and like communications arrays.
Okay. I mean that makes sense. Yeah, we're still hovering, right? Like we're still up in the air.
Yep, you're kind of near
Yeah.
the southwest, like their bottom left, like cracked wall right now. Kind of near the front door.
Is there a courtyard between the donut and the
Yeah,
building?
it's like a cracked wall that leads into like a
Is that
kind of
big
open
enough to
courtyard.
land Is that big enough to land the shuttle in?
Probably not, but you could probably land just outside the exterior.
Yeah. Alright.
Like the very bottom left of the image I see you could probably land there.
That'll
Okay.
work.
Let's take a closer look at these creatures as well.
Oh, they were like
It's just-
a click out. You flew over those.
Oh, okay, yeah, never mind. We'll just let those rot then.
Good.
How fast can this shuttle fly a click? Like, can I drop these guys off, go check out those bodies, and then come back within like 30 seconds?
Maybe not. Maybe a little bit longer than that.
It'll probably take like
Couple of minutes.
yeah, like 2-3 minutes.
Okay. I'll wait until they're not alone then.
The teenagers are looking kind of spooked by the ruins and by the fact that you guys found bodies earlier. They've just been kind of quiet in their jumpsuits.
And the fact that there were flying leech creatures. shooting
Yeah.
goo at 'em.
Yeah, they weren't super happy about that. So at the moment they don't seem very keen to get out of the Hannibal. In fact, one of them looks like they're quietly weeping. Do you
Like, come on, this is your idea.
who's getting out of the Hannibal while Scuff hovers low?
Right, yeah. I'm gonna be at the back. Well, I should say the front of the Hannibal. Like, making sure everybody gets out. Like, I don't care if you're fucking crying, get off the fucking ship.
Okay,
We
so
don't need to put the teens out. They're fine to stay on.
Fine.
That's funny.
If you run into something down there, they'd only get in the way.
Yeah. Alright, so who's getting off the ship? As I, like, look at the teenagers. Dean, big man,
they
you
look
coming?
they look kind of nervous and look down.
What's wrong, Dean? You seemed pretty excited.
Oh, I don't think that'd be like aliens and shit, man. I thought it was gonna be like a paradise.
Welcome to the fucking universe, pal. This is just another fucking day for us.
Is it Tuesday or Wednesday for us?
He's looking down pretty like defeated. He's probably lost the respect of his comrades.
Okay, well, Dean, we're here for you. Some of you guys are gonna have to get off to fucking come and see what's happened here, okay? I'm not your errand boy.
Fine, okay, I'll come with you guys. Dean now is like angry.
Hey, Dean, before you go, I'm gonna just hand him my rigging gun and the 5 spare shots.
I'll show you how to use it, Dean. Like, nobody's gonna think less of you if you don't know how to use a rigging gun.
He looks at you and kind of nods begrudgingly and smiles, like, thankful.
Yeah. I have a spare SMG, but fuck if I'm gonna give him that. I'd rather have Johnny have his fucking SMG. Alright, we'll fucking land at the courtyard and Slash and I will stack up on the that entrance door.
So who's getting up? So Slash and Burn, Dean, and you?
Yeah, Slash and I will stack up. Burn will stay next to Bean. And then
Okay.
Nova can go wherever.
Yeah, Nova, where are you staying on the ship or are you coming with?
Why not? I'll go.
Alright. So it's just you and the
you have
rest
a gun.
it's just you and the rest of the teenagers then, Scuff, on the Hannibal.
Nova, do you have a gun?
1 second.
If you need it, I have a spare SMG. I'm not going to need it sitting on the shuttle. And if I do, things have gone horribly wrong beyond fixing with an SMG.
If she needs a gun, I can give her one.
I've got a tranq pistol, but that's about it.
It's fine. Hold on.
And a stun baton and a scalpel.
No, I hand you my other fucking SMG.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, don't bother with doing new weapon. I'll edit manually. I've got profiles made up for all the weapons already. There you go. Are you giving Nova 1 mag?
And a
I've
spare.
I've got 3 spares. No, you can take 2. Fuck, you can take all 3 between the 2 of you.
Scuff, don't worry about it.
It is spare ammo. I have not used the SMG yet.
Scuff. I have, let's see. Both mags are loaded. One gun has 15 spare shots. The other has 19 spare shots. So whatever that works out to, that's 34 spare shots. So
I'm gonna give Nova 24, like 4 mags basically worth.
okay.
Cool.
Yeah. So yeah. So 4 mags in total, right?
Did you shoot the gun? Did someone click the SMG? Because it's down around somehow.
Oh. What?
Which one?
I just clicked it. What?
You don't click it. I'll edit it. It counts.
Wait, so
It counts
even
your
when
ammo.
Even when you click cancel, even when I click cancel, it
Yeah,
treats
it
as
does
a
it. It does it automatically. So
Yeah.
anytime I click, like even if I hit cancel, I still have to click reload and then just click on the ammo button again to like reset everything. It's goofy.
Yeah, it's not perfect, the ammo counting system, but yeah, here we are.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So
So Scuff, Aaron basically spools up the thrusters again and pitches forward again, heads back towards the stack of bodies, and
If it's going to take more than like 30 seconds, I'm just going to stay at the opening, but I'm going to stay just off the ground.
oh, okay, that's probably gonna take more than 30 seconds. So you're just gonna stay at the facility.
Yeah, I'm just going to stay so I can land in a couple seconds if they need
Okay.
a quick out.
You guys walk down the ramp and then jump into the dirt and head towards the facility. Ahead of you appears to be a big, wide double door that appears to be kind of, one door is hanging on barely by its hinges. You can probably push in pretty easily.
okay,
They don't look reinforced at all.
like an office just a regular office double door.
Pretty much. It's like, it looks like entrance doors, but they're like... Yeah.
Okay. Were they supposed to be sliding doors, or were they supposed to be, like, pushable doors?
Pushable doors. But they've got, like,
Okay.
big metal, like, kind of... Not decorative, but, like, industrial style like, push bars. But one of them's
Okay.
kind of hanging off its hinges, and... Yeah. You can see into, like, a relatively dark room.
Alright. Flashlights on, everybody. And then I'll have Slash and I at the front, and then followed by Nova and Burn. Nova, Burn, and Dean. I'll have Dean be in the middle.
You walk into what looks like a standard kind of office reception or lobby. There's cracked tile floors with a receptionist desk ahead of you. There's broken glass and some like office or conference rooms behind the receptionist desk, and the rooms all look empty apart from like basic furniture. There is a terminal or like some sort of computer terminal on the desk, but the glass is smashed in.
Okay. Is there any sort of like business sign or some sort of like nameplate on like the wall or anything? Like indicating like who this belongs to?
No. Doesn't look like it.
Okay.
You can see on the ground some brass casings.
Uh-huh. Yeah, shocker.
And it looks like there's some bullet holes in the wall. Standard ballistic rounds.
Alright, so you said the computer terminal screen was like smashed in or whatever?
Yeah, there's no sparks or anything, it's just dead, like broken and destroyed. And there's glass crunching underfoot from the blown out like conference rooms behind the desk.
Right.
Well, not blown out, but like the glass has been smashed and there's glass all over the floor.
So-
Ahead of you guys to the left is like a curving corridor that looks like it sweeps around what probably is the central tower. Sort of leads deeper into the facility.
Yeah, you said this is the donut building, right?
Yeah.
Or the donut park.
To your left is also along that sort of curved wall. There's a couple of doors leading into off to the west.
Okay.
I might be able to give you like a little snip of this actually. I didn't make maps of the stuff because there's a lot of stuff in the next, and I didn't really know where you're going to go with the next couple of things, so I just kind of figured it was better for me to just try and do like theater of the mind. So I'm kind of playing a lot of the map stuff by ear, so I hope that's alright.
I mean, I'm getting like the gist of it, so.
Okay, so this is what you basically have seen so far. You've gone in through the Hannibal is out past A1 to the south, like in that kind of open area. Those are like crumbled concrete walls. Then you went through those front doors, and then the receptionist desk is that little C object in the middle there. And those two conference rooms are like glass window doors that are like broken glass. And then you've got the curving corridor to the left of you, past the desk.
Before
Like
we go
past
down the
A2.
corridor, before we go down the corridor to the left, let's check these two conference rooms, make sure they're empty, and see if they connect anywhere else, or if this is it. And then the right conference room door, or window, I'll just peer in.
Well, look at that. As you peer into the conference rooms, you see they look like they lead to other areas. There's just some tables and chairs. There's nothing of note in these rooms.
Okay. They do lead somewhere else? They lead like further in?
Yep. They lead further like northeast into like, looks like further hallways and rooms.
Is that window also blown in, or the door or whatever?
Glass, some of the doors are intact and the glass is fine, but it's a bit dusty. And the rest of it seems like, either smashed or fallen into
Alright.
disrepair.
I want to check that left conference room real quick, just before we keep going through either. Like I'm just trying to make sure these rooms are empty.
Yeah.
Real quick, while they're doing all this, I'm just gonna be trying to coordinate with Mommy and the Kartadash to like designate directions as like map north being north, just in case we need to call in fire support.
Copy that. You can't get a signal through in terms of voice communications, but you have been able to get her on the like inter-messaging service. So you've been like typing away, and she's been typing back.
Okay, and then just small talk with the teens, try and keep them calm-ish,
All right.
and that's all for now.
How's your day going?
Do you think we'll find like a new home, like better than the moon colony here?
Here, maybe not. Who knows? Somewhere, definitely.
Yeah, maybe we can tame those flying creatures.
What's the interior team doing right now? Nova, what are you up to? Nova?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I was just saying, what's the interior team doing at the moment? What are you doing at the moment? You're currently in the lobby with Slash and Burn, I believe.
Any computer panels, anything powered?
There was a terminal, but it's been smashed in, so it's not powered. There was some fighting here, you think, because there's brass casings on the ground and bullet holes in the walls.
Is there any specific place the brass casings lead to?
Looks like they go around the curved corridor to the above you, like to around past the reception desk. Damien has kind of pushed into a like glass conference room behind the reception, and Burn is kind of like near him, like behind the desk, basically. They're both just kind of sweeping their guns around with the torches on, just like keeping an eye out on, like basically on defensive mode.
I'll go and take a look at where the Hastings are leading.
With the what leading? Casings.
Yeah.
Okay. You see that there's basically a corridor that curves around, and looks like it leads towards back around on itself to kind of where Killer is, or where Damien is. And then alongside the wall is several doors leading into another curved corridor further to the west. I'll give you a new little updated image. So you're currently just north of the A2 marker, past the desk. And to your immediate left is a door leading into that secondary curved corridor to the west.
Well, since it already just leads up to where Killer is, I guess I'll just go up the corridor, see what's there, and reunite with Killer.
Alright. Damien, as you're moving through that glass conference room, Burn is going to join you and Slash is going to follow Nova Stella. And you see ahead of you some glass-fronted elevators, but it's kind of hard to make out the elevators from inside this conference room because of the dust.
Okay. Did I see Nova come around?
Nova has not come around yet. It looks like the curved corridor loops right around. It's a very weird kind of, almost like a Nautilus shell, the way this facility is laid out.
Okay.
It's got quite an odd shape. I'll send you an updated image of A7 is basically the elevator shaft.
Oh, that is kind of weird. Interesting. Alright, Yeah, I'll go through that left conference room. So the
Okay.
one that's like across from the elevator.
I'll draw a little image of like your route so far. I'll give you guys some colors. Keller, you can be red with burn,
Okay.
and then Nova, you can be blue for Nova, and Slash.
I'm gonna
Just to give you guys like
have-
relative position using this kind of janky map. There you go.
Yeah.
That's basically the routes you've taken.
If we are to split off at all, let's have Nova Slash and Dean stick together, and then
Okay. You
Bert
kind of.
and I will
Do
stay
you yell that out? Is that what you're yelling back through the conference room?
I mean, I'm telling that through our comms.
Okay, yeah. So Nova, I guess you turn around and motion Dean with you. He's kind of holding the rigging gun.
Okay, remind me not to like accidentally jump scare Dean.
By the way, Aaron, you've not really noticed anything happen so far. It seems pretty quiet out here in the plain.
Yeah, I kind of figured. We set their QRF on fire. I don't think they're going to be too eager to come back.
So you heading towards the elevator, Kill?
Yeah,
With
so I'm
Ben?
heading through. So like right where my red ends.
Yeah, through that glass door into the elevator like lobby.
Yeah.
As you go through the door, you now see that the glass-fronted elevators, the elevator that leads up to the upper floors appears to just not have power at all. But you can see there's a humming generator next to, like, on the floor, like just like a little petrol, like a little diesel generator, just kind of away with cables running into a panel on the right elevator. That goes down. The doors are held open with a spanner, and it's very clearly like vandalized. Like they poked the spanner in and wrenched it open.
There's an elevator going down.
Yep, and now you notice it says stenciled on the wall to hell, and then under that is send help in like spray paint.
Okay.
Our only way is down.
No,
And
we're
down's
clear.
apparently a
No, we're
bad
clearing.
place.
We're clearing the rest of this building first, and then we'll go down. Oh, criminy! How many floors is this building, Dozen?
Do you want to have a look at what you can see on the elevator? Like, poke your head.
Yeah, I want to poke my head into the shaft and just look up.
Okay. Looking
Well,
up,
sorry,
it's pretty.
gun first, and then.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, looking up, it's pretty dark, but you can see that like the shaft terminates maybe like, I don't know, 30 meters up. Probably the top of the communication tower.
Okay, that's not terrible. It's like 10 floors, maybe.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you want to look down?
Yeah, fuck it.
It looks a little deeper. Looks like it goes down about 60 meters, then stops.
Cool. Awesome. Great.
So in theory, 2 floors, or three, but yeah, who knows?
2 floors or you mean
3,
20
like
floors?
you're in the middle of the sandwich basically right now. Like you guys are on the ground floor. There's an elevator shaft that basically goes up to the communications tower, and then a shaft that goes down to like wherever, hell apparently.
Yeah. So if it's 30 meters up, that's approximately 10 floors. If it's going 60 meters down, that's approximately 20 floors.
Maybe
Depending on
they could also just be
depending on
could
how
also just be
big
lifts
other-
that don't have like lots of floors between them. They could just have
Yeah.
single destinations, which is more likely in this particular case. I'm gonna do another little map update. Nova, you're gonna come around and you're basically gonna terminate on the other side of the elevator lobby from from Damien. It's supposed to say comedian.
Comedian.
Sweet.
Yeah. So as you can see, the shell kind of curves around even more. until you get to another corridor that leads back to the elevator shafts.
That's so weird. Alright, well, now that we're more or less back together, let's try to go up. So you said there's a generator connected to a wall panel?
Yeah, that's to the shaft going down. That looks like the shaft going up has no power at all.
Are there stairs?
If there are, they're not anywhere you can see.
Alright, let's just go ahead and start clearing all these other rooms and see if we can find some sort of staircase. There has to be a staircase. They can't just like be doing elevator maintenance one day and there's just no way to get to the higher floors. There has to be some sort of
You notice
access.
what looks like a weird maintenance closet off the see that little like perforated. Okay, I'm trying to describe things that are probably just not easy to. I'll just draw a circle around it. There's a door to the south of the elevator, like lobby, that leads to what looks like a maintenance room, maybe.
Hey, Bio.
It's just kind of an industrial room.
I didn't know if you guys were in the middle of the game. I'm sorry.
That's alright. Yeah, oh.
Okay, bye. Yeah. Yeah, I see that room.
Further to the east, it looks like it opens up into a big room, but it's pretty dark. You can't really tell right now what's in there.
Alright. Slash and I will slowly enter into that room.
I assume have you as Slash and Nova and Dean linked up with you guys?
Yeah. I was waiting for you guys to like wrap back around to us.
Okay, yeah. So
Like,
you're all
yeah.
basically in the elevator shaft at the bottom right of that little A7 teardrop thing. You're
Yeah,
basically
but I was saying, like, we need to-
just above that red circle I drew.
Yeah, me talking about like finding an auxiliary way up. Yeah, that was me like talking to everybody.
Okay. Do you want to open that maintenance closet, or do you want to head east into the big room?
Oh, sorry, head east into the bigger. Yeah, let's head east. Let's do that first, because like that's just open, right? Like the maintenance door is closed, right?
Yeah, at the moment.
Yeah, let's go into like whatever's like more easily accessible.
Okay, so your lights play across the area, and you see now that it's a looks like a big employee break room or something. And you notice that there's broken plastic ergonomic furniture and like tables. There's a cork board with wilted inspirational calendars, and it's splattered with blood. And on the wall, the big curved wall on the southeastern side, it's spray painted in red, "Run like hell."
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, so just to be clear, A5 is where you guys are now.
Alright. Cool. Let's go back to that maintenance door.
Alright.
As I'm just like patting Dean's back. It's alright, buddy.
Do you want to open it?
Yeah, I'll like creak the door open and just look for any like weird shit inside before fully opening the door.
Alright. It looks like it smells like disinfectant, and it looks like there's a weird pile of cleaning supplies against one wall
Okay.
from a fallen shelf. Like one of those
Okay.
metal cleaning racks.
Okay. I'm probably reading too much into this, but I'm gonna like kick through the supplies.
Okay. You notice it's actually covering what looks like a metal hatch. The hatch is jammed shut with a metal fire axe, like through the handle loop.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hatches go down, and this isn't helping us try to go up. Okay. There's still more rooms, aren't there? On this ground floor?
You have to explore.
Okay, yeah. Alright, let's start going through. Did I... Actually, okay, that right conference room, so looking at the most recent picture, that right conference room, I didn't check that back room, did I?
You had a bit of a look. There wasn't really anything in there. It was just like offices, like an office off a conference room. There wasn't anything of significance. I'll say now that you wouldn't find anything in there apart from broken furniture.
Yeah. Did we see any other doors?
Yes, there appeared to be another door where the A2 marker was, just north of that, leading into that secondary curved corridor.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go back there then.
Do you want to do anything particular, Nova or Aaron?
What's up?
Just asking if you guys want to do anything in particular.
Not really, I guess. It's not anything to do except just search all the rooms.
Okay.
Just circling around the outside, waiting for someone to radio that they need a pickup.
Alright.
I'm gonna call over to Aaron to be like, honestly, like, you can probably spend a couple minutes going and checking out those bodies at this point.
Roger, don't have too much fun. I'll just head over to check out those bodies then.
Alright. If you want to try anything, or you want to investigate anything, or look at anything in particular, by the way, feel free to just, like, interrupt, or tell me, like, what you want to do, because I don't want to, like, railroad you guys in any particular approach. I'm just kind of trying to give you, like, options without, like, telling you too much, or too little.
Yeah, and as much as I love hearing myself talk, I don't want to be the only one, like, contributing.
So if there's anything you want to try, Nova, feel free to just, like, speak up. And, or, like, Aaron, if you're, like, away from the main party, like, feel free to do stuff.
Damien just said they'll probably be fine for a few minutes, so I'm gonna head over to those bodies, see what those things are, try and find out what killed them.
Alright, I'll say it's gonna take a few minutes, so we'll probably go back to the indoor party for a little bit, and then we'll come back to that. Alright. Do you guys want to head back to the initial sort of atrium then, to go through to the secondary corridor?
Yeah, we'll head back to the lobby, and then go through that side door.
As you go through the side door, you see directly in front of you a kind of mouldering, overturned couch and chair area with some desiccated potted plants and ruined carpet. If you didn't know any better, you'd say it looks like a lot like a waiting room. And then the curved corridor curves like northeast and goes to several other doors and rooms. I'll give you a little updated map.
Okay. Did the casings just go into the corridor that we were just in, or did they go into this corridor?
The what? The casings?
The shell casings.
Yeah. The trail kind of ended halfway down the first curved corridor.
Okay.
Dozer.
Yeah?
It's been established we all have helmet cams of some sort. Are they, like, decent quality?
They're pretty decent, yeah. When there's a good signal.
Is there good enough signal that I would be able to, just while I'm out coasting and doing pretty much next to nothing, look for anything that would imply a power line? Something to find the generator and get power back on in this place?
I'd say yeah, as long as the guys are looking around substantially. The transmission unit on the Hannibal is like pretty decent because it's got a penetrate atmosphere normally. So like you can normally pick up like TV signals and like put them on the Hannibal's monitors or the MFDs like pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, you can basically pick up a signal better than like a suit mounted like helmet cam would.
Yeah, I'm looking at everything. I'm checking fucking floors, ceilings, walls. Like, I'm not leaving anything up to chance here.
There's some venting and like overhead cabling and plumbing from what you can tell, like standard industrial kind of outfitting of a building, like mechanical and service lines. It all looks like it leads towards kind of the center.
Okay.
I'm just going to be watching for that when piloting doesn't need most of my attention. Which
That
if we're
central, if you're gonna have to say it, you'd say that central shaft that's also elevators. That central shaft probably has a pretty strong power conduit, seeing as it has to go to the aerials on the roof, and then deeper into the bowels of the facility.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's a generator like underground. If you were gonna make an assessment based on the way this facility is laid out, you'd say it's probably underground.
Knowing our luck, it's underground.
it's underground.
You guys are currently in A3, which is like the moldy kind of shitty waiting room. In the meantime, Scuff, you have Aaron has coasted the Hannibal over to the bodies and the pile. Now, as you get the Hannibal closer and use the kind of like bow, like nose, like the nose camera, like the gun camera, basically, if this had guns, you can see that the bodies are not human. They are the gaunt creatures you encountered on the other vessels. Covered in bone and emaciated, horrible creatures, although these ones all appear to be pot-marked with bullets. Or bullet holes, at least. And they appear not to be moving.
Do
There's
these look
8
like
of them.
do these look like small arms bullet wounds or anti-material rifles?
Probably rifle rounds from what you can tell.
Alright, it's like 556, 762, whatever the
Yeah,
space
yeah,
equivalent
Yeah,
is.
not anti-material size, but not 9mm either. Like, decent caliber.
6.9 Space Creedmoor.
8.6 Blackout. Which is a real caliber I learned about today.
Huh.
It's kind of a new popular round. It sounds really cool. I need to give it a go when I come to America. It's a new. It fits in AR-10 magazines perfectly. It's designed to be. It's basically like it's a necked up to 338, 6.5 Creedmoor case. It's really weird. I love it.
Isn't Blackout the new caliber that U.S. military is using?
No, it's 6.5 something, like 6.5 spear or whatever. The Blackout was a suppressed caliber invented for, I think, the Honey Badger, which was designed to replace the MP5 SD for certain special forces. It's all a bit murky.
The Honey Badger. The Honey Badger is basically a hybrid mix of an AR platform on a like, MP5 roll.
Yeah.
And then the 300 Blackout is a subsonic round meant for use with a suppressor for it.
Just gonna put it in here, just for, even though this isn't pertaining to the campaign really, it's just interesting. And then I watched the Forgotten Weapons video about the new 8.6 Blackout, because he actually bought a rifle in that caliber called the Fix, which looks really cool. I'll find the link as well. They also make, the company Q Rifles also make a, fucking, like, Honey Badger, like, copy, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 8.6 and 300 Blackout both have sub and supersonic ammo.
There's the Fix, new bolt-action rifle that uses SR-25 mags, that shoots 8.6 Blackout, which is just really wild.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, anyway, back to the storyline. They look like they've been shot with, like, rifle calibers, basically. Like, and they appear to be dead and piled up. They probably didn't die that way. It looks like someone encountered them and probably staked the bodies.
Yeah, that might be a good sign that, like, all these creatures are, like, stacked over here. So, like, whatever the threat was, it was dealt with. I mean, still kind of begs the question of, like, why is there nobody around if the threat was dealt with? But maybe, like, what we were thinking about before, where, like, this was an initial threat, and it was dealt with, and then the dropship came in, and then kind of, you know, mixed things up again, and then it was just like an actual shootout. I don't know.
How many bodies are there? So like a few dozen, several hundred?
None.
Is that only 9 bodies?
Yeah.
Oh,
Seeing a pattern
Alright.
here. About a nickel
Yeah.
for every time we encountered 9 creatures.
Just to reiterate, this is the Gaunt Walkers. This is the thing you've seen before. It's 9 of those.
Yeah, great.
oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was 9 of the flying slug thing.
No,
Okay.
those are a different thing entirely. See above purple image.
Yeah. I'll just pass that along to the ground team.
Alright. Do you want to get out and look at them at all?
No need to. For good measure, I'll just fly over them with the pointing down jet just to burn the body.
Do you want to give me a piloting check, please?
Fuck's sake.
One more thing to go wrong. Why not?
Cockroach meets blowtorch again.
Cock torch.
A torch. Hold the torch to my cock.
Okay. You basically burn forward, do a big kind of swinging turn, and then like boost forward with the main manifolds opened up. And as you, sorry,
I was thinking just like with the vectoring thruster, the one keeping me up.
oh okay, sure,
That works too.
yeah,
Either one.
whatever
That's
you
also
want to do,
cooler.
whatever you want to do. Either way, as you're igniting the body pile with your fucking thrust, you see one of them get up and screech and then die.
Oh.
One of them is shrieking and on fire, hiding within the pile of bodies. It appears it was waiting for to ambush a living creature. And you are now somewhat glad you ignited the pile
Oh
as
my
you
God.
as you boost back over to the tower.
Radio over to Damien. If you find bodies of creatures, make sure they're all dead. Some of them are smart enough to hide in corpse piles.
Oh yeah, great. Good to know.
On the bright side,
things weren't
the one
bad enough.
The one that was smart enough met a very fiery demise and probably regretted being smart.
The
Awesome.
the teenagers overhearing this now look pretty pale.
Just another day in space.
Don't worry so much, kids. This place will be cleared out in a long time, eventually.
2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Aaron just throwing like an OK finger sign from behind the chair.
Back to the funny break room.
Oh yeah, good.
Woo!
All right, so break room is clear. Let's move up to that.
Machine?
As you move forward, there's another door to your left that leads into just like an empty, basically another conference room, nothing in there. And then
Hold on,
there's a
was there-
second door up ahead.
Was there a vending machine in the waiting room?
No,
Oh, sorry, no.
Sad.
sorry.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Next door.
Now the second door along this corridor has spray painted next to it, "Alive Inside."
Ooh!
Mm,
Finally, something interesting.
okay,
Don't
Like-
alive open inside.
like 2-fingered, like touching each other, like pointing to the right side of the door as I move up on the left side of the door for Slash to move up.
All right.
Stack up. Stupid
then,
sort of full third style.
Is it a push door? Or is there like a button?
It's got those standard kind of like lockable, like silver ball handles. You know, they have like the push button lock on the other side.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Civilian housing.
I'll press the release or pull the release, whatever it is, and like swing the door open and have.
You try and turn the
Slash.
handle and it's locked. It's just like a rattling. Click,
Oh,
click, click.
All right, cool. All right, I'm gonna. What's the? Oh shit! Well, what is the electronic tool set? Like what is that comprised of?
Let me find out for you.
Remember, no door stays locked when you have a big enough shotgun.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have a shotgun.
I thought someone did.
The closest thing we have is Slash.
I think I think Bobo has the shotgun, doesn't he? Or no, one of the security dudes has the shotgun.
What do you have, sorry? You've got an electronic tool set?
Yeah.
A full set of tools for doing detailed repair or construction work on electronics.
Okay, cool.
So I would say like a wire stripper and pliers and stuff like that.
Okay, so not a blowtorch.
No.
A soldering iron is just a really slow blowtorch.
Well, we have the next best thing. 1 second. Sorry, I had to sneeze in between my words. Oh god. Alright, we got the next best thing as I tap Burn.
He looks at you and gives the thumbs up.
I want him to just like pilot light and like slow burn the crease of the door where the handle would like release.
Like the gem?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like a modified blowtorch, kinda.
Kind of like chars and like blackens the wood around the door handle. This is just kind of like a shitty interior partition wall, so it's not really like super strong. And yeah, I mean eventually it's like damaged enough that you can probably kick the door open if you want.
Alright. Yeah, fuck it.
Give me a strength test. You can use military training as a bonus.
Okay,
Does
well,
it get advantage from...
my strength is 41 plus military training. That's still 51. So
Does it get advantage from Burn cooking the door?
Sure, you know what? Roll again. With a 51, like, yeah, you can roll again. As if you rolled advantage.
There you go.
Yeah, so you kick the door in, and like the wood just like splinters as the lock is still like engaged, so it's just like a little pin kind of hanging out. As the door swings in, and you see, it is a storage room with like metal racking, but it is empty. There are no supplies or any stores of any kind, and whatever alive inside was referring to, you can't see anything.
So this room is just completely empty.
Pretty bare, yeah.
Alright.
They lied to us.
Can't trust the spray paint. God, who can we trust? Alright, let's move on then.
Come to.
Just keep going down the corridor.
This kind of just curves around into an open exposed area that just leads back outside. As the walls are like crumbled and ruined. Or like blown open or whatever. And now you surmise you've basically searched this entire level at this point. And I'll post the final kind of little map in the Discord.
Ooh.
So there's just no fucking stairs?
Certainly doesn't seem that way.
What the fuck? Ah, fuck. Alright, I'm gonna...
If there were
Time
stairs,
back
they
to-
may be in the ruins. Like, they might have been destroyed.
Fair.
There's a whole section, the northeast section of the building is, or the northwest, the due north section of the building is basically just like ruined concrete and rubble.
Alright, I'm gonna call back to Aaron and say, alright, main floor is clear. There doesn't seem to be any feasible way to get up to the rest of the building aside from trying to fix the elevator. But there is it a different elevator that goes down, or is it the same elevator? But
It's the
it can
same,
only go
there's
down?
like two shafts basically next to each other. One goes up, one
Okay.
goes down. The one that goes down is the one that's been like pried open and has like an element of power with the little generator jury-rigged. The one that goes up is just like sealed shut
Right.
and
Yeah.
not powered.
Doesn't seem like we can go up, and I have a feeling if we go up, we're not really going to find anything of importance. But I have a strong
from what you guys
sinking
saw,
feeling.
from what you guys saw of the exterior, there wasn't a whole lot up there. It might just be like maintenance access to the aerials on the roof, to be honest.
But I have a strong sinking feeling that because we are able to go down, and it looks like it goes a good 50, 60 meters down, we might find something under the surface. So, I don't know if you're still busy out there or if you want to come join us inside. But it looks like the only way, the only way forward now is down.
I should be there in a minute, give or take.
All right, we'll hang out and wait for you.
I'll head back.
All right. Yeah, you make your way to the same kind of landing zone you had before, when you like drop the guys off. And actually, do you want to touch the actual ship down this time?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you land fine. It's a nice little flat area, and you've already kind of reconnoitered the zone. The teenagers are still strapped in, looking like not super pleased about the whole vibe of the planet so far.
Okay, it's not what we were expecting, but that's an adventure for you. I'm gonna go figure out what's going on with the power here. I'll be back soon, but I'll seal this up tight for you in the meantime. And I'm just going to shut the shuttle down, seal it up, lock all the doors, whole kit and caboodle, and then meet up with the rest of the team.
They're keeping themselves pretty busy by just like talking and sharing stories and just trying to like calm themselves, so they'll probably be fine. Mostly.
At night.
And you have got like adequate sealing like on the dropship, like you know it should be fine as long as they don't touch anything, and you've turned off all the access to main controls to be like password locked and shit, so they can't fuck with the dropship either. Yeah, and you know the route inside to where the peeps are at, because you were watching through the helmet cameras, so feel free to just join the party. Where are you guys now?
Just at the elevator shaft.
Okay. You're just kind of vibing by the little generator, just going... It probably doesn't have a lot of fuel left, you surmise.
Probably not.
If we really need to, we can probably hook it up to our shuttle battery.
Yeah, we could. Do we have a cable for that?
How much spare cable is in this place?
I don't know. Let me think really long and hard about that. How much cable is left in this place? I wonder.
You probably could make a cable out of all the like cabling and conduits like in the building, but it would take some time to find like cabling of the right gauge and then run it all the way inside to the little generator. I mean, it's still going. You probably can just go into the shaft, to be honest, or call the elevator.
We should just go.
How much fuel does the generator have left? Because if it's like a few hours, sure, but if it's a couple minutes, I don't want the power to die while the elevator's down there and we don't have stairs up.
That's a good point. Looking into the little fuel tank, it looks like there's still some diesel in there, probably a couple of hours worth, yeah. They tend not to use a lot, and this thing just seems to be turning on the access for the elevators. It's not using a lot, really, of charge. It's just a little diesel boy.
Alright, 20-minute adventure.
Yep.
The panel is lit, so you could theoretically call the elevator, or you can also theoretically see the cable leading down into the darkness. Because remember, this is the door that's pried open with a spanner that says "To hell, send help" on it.
Okay, do we want to make noise and call the elevator?
Well, it's either that, or we climb the cable or the scaffolding, which... How much, like, scaffolding or anything for grip going down is there?
Not much. It's just pretty much a straight, like, hollow shaft with, like, the railings. Like, the main, like, runners of the lift.
So we either call the elevator or we climb down, which there's not a lot to hold on to. And I might be fine, but I wouldn't want to risk everybody trying that.
Dean kind of nods at that, looking, like, daunted at the idea of climbing down the cable. What about this?
Yeah,
He
that's
Never
says,
taken
kind
a
of like,
shortcut before.
it kind of like holds out the rigging gun. Like, would this be better than the steel cable, or like, what do you reckon?
In theory it would, but if the elevator starts moving, that would get thrown off very quickly. Honestly,
Okay,
it's
let's
better
follow
as
the
well.
elevator.
We've dealt with these things before, they're not that bad.
Yeah, fuck it. Is there an elevator button?
Stands
Yep.
there awkwardly.
I'm just gonna like roll my eyes and press the button.
You just hear like a humming as like the cable as the winch at the top of the shaft roars to life, and starts pulling the elevator back to your level.
Cool. I'm just gonna have burn-in / post up.
You hear a ding as the elevator reaches your floor, and the doors open to reveal a pretty nondescript elevator box.
Okay. Is there a hatch in the top of the elevator?
Yes.
Okay. Can I open the hatch that's on the top of the elevator?
Sure.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's openable.
Looks like it's openable.
Okay. Cool.
You kind of poke it
Alright.
with a gun barrel and, like, opens. It's a pretty industrial looking elevator. It's not very, like, fancy.
Yeah.
There is a single button on the panel inside. Well, there's two buttons. There's like an alarm and the door open and door close buttons. But then there's, like, one button that just says B. For
Okay,
Bumblebee.
fuck B, what could that mean? Alright. Oh god. Thunder's on my lap again.
You notice the other button above it is A, which appears to be the floor you're on.
Pile in, I'll be in the back with Dean.
Okay. Yep. Alright. Once everyone's in, I'll roll my eyes again and press the B button.
The elevator starts to descend into the shaft as the doors close. After a short travel time, the door opens on B. Sorry, you were saying, Scott?
I was gonna say I'm just going to have Dean be on one of the side walls at the back just in case someone panics when the door's open and shoots into it.
Okay, so you're like either side of the door, basically?
Yeah.
Okay. Smart, but you basically open into a tiny little atrium and it seems fine.
Alright.
They look like they lead towards some glass doors. Glass double doors with a white tile floor. There are some lights on this floor, and they appear to be flickering. Low power, it would seem.
Anyone home? I'll
You
start heading up.
You move through the double doors, and you enter into sort of a weird hexagonal sort of opening, like atrium room. With flickering lights. There appears to be an abandoned gurney on one side of the room.
Yes, good.
Which it
Why
looks
would
like it's
there
in like
be?
a little triage area, and there looks like there's some blackened sludge on the gurney.
Oh, fuck it, why not?
To the right of you guys, as you enter this room, you see a corridor leading off. I will give you an updated little map.
Out of curiosity, is the gurney ominously overturned?
No. Here you go. Here's an updated map. You are now in B1.
Well, Thunder's on the desk. I'm trying to look around his fat fucking ass.
Good news, guys. There's no combat encounters on this floor.
That we know of.
Oh yeah, that's a bit of a spoiler. Sorry, I fucked up.
I'm just like, woo!
I mean, to be fair, there's a
Oh.
line directly under that contradicts it, depending on certain factors, so I don't know. Don't assume too much.
Great. Combat counter. Let's go.
Alright,
Oh,
guys, holster
shit.
your weapons. Let's go in. No worries.
Wait, sorry,
no
I've got
reason.
I've got an updated map for you guys. Just give me 1 second.
Wait.
Just Photoshop the no out.
That's literally what I was doing.
Before.
It's just. There we go.
B-floor combat encounters.
Yeah, all combat encounters.
But you have no idea about B4. Don't worry.
As soon as we walk in, there's like 500 enemies.
Yeah.
Well, I shot myself in the foot with that one. Sorry, but yeah, you can see there's another room, like leading into like what looks like a corridor, to your right as you enter this room past the gurney.
I'm just gonna see if there's a path that the sludge has. Like, does it lead anywhere?
Nah, it's just a pool of. It's just like a pile of weird sludge on the gurney itself.
Nova, you want to take a sample of that?
Sure, why not?
God damn it, Thunder! Stop chewing on shit.
Take sample.
I guess you like. What do you have, like a sample kit or like test tubes or something?
One second.
I thought you did.
At 9% I should. I suppose the cybernetic diagnostic scanners are only for
It's only, like androids.
how about a med scanner? Would that work?
Yeah, that'll work. Like take a chemical sample.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck it. As long as you can just get like the chemical composition of the sludge, it'll be fine.
Right. What
Alright.
about the good old med scanner? And
Thunder, I'm
take a
going to beat
sample
you.
of the mystery red liquid.
It's black sludge.
Sorry, mystery black sludge.
Yeah, well, it gives you a chemical breakdown, but it doesn't appear to be anything that crazy. Like in terms of, it doesn't mean anything to you right now. Scuff, no.
The
Oh.
iron content.
Can we tell if it's organic material?
Yep, it appears to be organic material.
Here, you wanna go? Go. Fuck's sake.
It has a lot of the same compounds that make up human beings. Lots of carbon, a little bit of potassium, etc., etc. That's the two materials:
Oh, so it's just,
silicon,
it's just blood.
iron, blah blah blah.
Alright. That was only real point of interest, the gurney, sludge, and then a door leading somewhere in this room, right?
Yeah. Now you look down into the B2 area, and you can see it looks a lot like a decontamination log. You can hear some hissing air and a sealed door leading into the next area. There is an electronic panel.
You might want to stay in your vac suits for this. Don't know if this is contaminated with anything yet. Dean, you don't have a vac suit, do you? Domer?
Sorry?
Does Dean have a vac suit?
Not a vac suit, but like an oxygen mask and a little self-contained thing.
Alright, we don't know what this decontamination stuff is, and if it's contaminated, that would probably be bad, so I'm going to give him my vac suit. I'll help him into it if he needs it. I'm
Alright.
assuming they're...
So you're helping him into the vac suit and just taking some time while you guys are still in B1?
Yeah. because if the decontamination chemical gets fucky-wucky, it could decontaminate the wrong way. And that would be bad.
Decontaminate these.
These nuts.
Because of the text, I'm gonna have to start like redacting more and more of this map. It's like, so I don't like spoil it again. There we go. So you guys are currently in B1, looking into like B2, basically.
Next thing you know, Doza sends in a high-end boss's retaliation.
Censor an enemy. We don't get to know what we're fighting. We only know that we are fighting.
Yeah, you don't even know what it looks like, but you're staring right at it. Yeah, you can see it. It's so invisible. You just don't know what it looks like.
Alright,
Dean is now in the deck, so all smiling and happy.
Cool.
I'm kidding, he's not smiling. Or happy.
We just like Sharpie a smiley face onto the V screen of the vaccine.
Alright.
Let's go.
Tally-ho.
Are you taking point on this, Aaron, or you want me to keep taking point?
I can take point.
Alright, good luck.
From what you can tell, there's like an electronic panel like near the door leading into the next area. And the air is like hissing, like you probably could just go through the sealed door.
Yeah, I'll just pop it open. Actually, is this an airlock that we cycle?
It's like a pushable door, but it looks like it's sealed or like barred, and like may have some sort of like airlock control type systems. It's not as heavy duty as the proper space airlock, but it's like it still looks like some sort of, you know, sealed door.
Yeah, if they're trying to keep something out, there's probably a reason, so we'll just cycle it like the airlock normally.
Is everyone going through?
Yeah.
I know we are and Slash and Burn. Is Dean following us, or does Dean want to hang out here?
I mean, I guess he'd rather follow you than stay in the dark room with the black sludge.
It's probably mostly harmless. It only was a person, it's not a person anymore.
So what are you guys doing exactly? Basically, ahead of you, you've got a sealed door that you could probably push open, and then to the left of that is like a little electronic panel.
I'll just see what the panel's for. 'Cause I'm assuming that's how the airlock cycles. Well,
Okay.
whatever decontamination system they have,
the
I'm gonna keep on an airlock.
The panel is lit red, and it says like environmental controls compromised.
That's what I was afraid of.
And it has like an arrow and like a little diagram of B floor you're on. Looks like a weird kind of honeycomb structure. And it actually points out an environmental control room, like ahead of you, a couple of rooms.
Alright, everyone make sure your suits are still sealed. Whatever environmental controls this was filtering shit out for is malfunctioning.
This wouldn't be like a hive, would it? That'd be crazy.
Oh. No, that'd be ridiculous. Honeycombs like this are more usually for defensive reasons, not for alien hive minds. That'd be silly.
Right.
Anyway, tally-ho, in we go.
As you push open the sealed door, you start to hear a klaxon alarm sound. Whoop, 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 whoop. Containment breach. Containment breach.
Oh shit, wrong one.
It's caught the alarm.
Wrong one.
The
God damn
entire
it.
brass section just goes on.
Yep.
Was that?
There's an alarm sounding
that-
immediately, and there's flashing red lights throughout this floor. You notice the electronic panel, Novastar, next to you guys is like it's now flashing, pointing at the environmental controls up ahead, like rapidly, as if it's trying to like tell you something.
Okay.
What is it, boy?
I go and take a look at it, I guess.
Well, that's all it says. It just has a little map of the floor and then a arrow pointing towards a room, 2 rooms ahead.
Let's get in so we're not letting stuff out. Seal the door behind us and get to that environmental controls.
Oh, boy.
Dean looks pretty scared. He's got the rigging gun swinging around, looking into all the corners. You notice as you are in this next area, known as B3, it looks like some sort of waiting room. There's like a security desk to the left, and a door straight ahead of you. The security desk actually has a squad automatic weapon pointing right at you guys, sitting on it, on its bipod.
Ooh.
Like a machine gun,
Ooh.
but the barrel
is
looks
it-
like it's melted and drooped down.
Okay, I was gonna say, is it like tracking us? Okay.
No, it's like slagged. It's like, and no one's manning it. I will give you an updated little map.
Like it was just fired so much.
Yeah.
What, is there just a fucking, like a small hill of bullets on the ground?
Sure.
Like the World War I mountains of used artillery shells.
It's all just
Oh.
casings and links and shit.
So you guys have just pushed into B3, and B4 is where you see the squad automatic weapon. And then there's a door straight ahead of you from the atrium.
Is the environmental control system through the B3 or B4 side?
B3 side.
Alright, I'll grab the saw and add it to my stockpile that I just carry around on a bunch of slings.
Okay, doesn't look like the weapon is usable right now. There's no ammunition with it, like the belts. Like there's no, there's like, what are they called? Disintegrating
Disintegrating cartridges?
yeah, disintegrating belt or whatever it's called. Are all around it and like casings everywhere, but that's empty.
Yeah, but once we get back to the cartonnage mount, we can fabricate a new barrel and some ammo for it, probably.
Yep.
Yeah, with the saw and the barrels are super interchangeable.
As you move forward, it looks like you are entering a big kind of social space. It looks like
Like a
there's
lounge?
yeah, kind of. There's like barricades of overturned couches, tables, and chairs, surrounded by spent potassium flares and shells. There's some posters on the wall, warning of the dangers of poor sanitation and recommend vigilance. There's a couple of rifles with jungle-clipped magazines propped against the barricade, along with a dog-eared copy of Treat Your Rifle Like a Lady. None of the barricades have taken arms fire, from what you can tell.
How many rifles? Because those are also getting on my sling list.
Let's say 2.
Okay, calm yourself.
I am a walking armory. It doesn't matter what system I'm playing, I never have less than 3 weapons on me.
Alright, well, I gave fucking Nova my one spare gun, so...
You want one of these
Snag
rifles?
yeah, if you'd let me.
Below you, you can see basically all around you as you enter this next space. There is just like barricades and doors, and it seems to be like a central hub leading into several different areas. You swear you can hear some. You swear you can hear some banging to the southwest.
Oh god.
And I will give you guys an updated map.
Also, you said jungle magazines?
You know, like
Or-
taped
or jump-
together.
Oh, okay.
It said,
the,
it said
like,
jungle clipped, which I assume is the clip
Oh,
between like
jungle
2
clip.
magazines. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I
I
thought
was
it
thinking it was like jungle pattern. I was like, what? Okay. You're talking about like the quick reload?
So you guys have just opened the door to go through into B9, and you can see that environmental controls are in B7.
Okay. Where's the banging coming from?
Looks like the south side of B9.
Okay.
See, there's two doors into the weird, like, triangle room. Probably through there.
Yeah.
It's pretty dark
Alright,
apart from the flashing red lights in here. With the alarm sounding. Boop, 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 boop.
Let's just make absolute sure that 5, 6, 7, and 8 are all clear. We'll have either you, Aaron, or Nova take a look at the console in B7 if it's still operable, and go from there. Slash, Bern, and I will all post up looking at the door leading from B9 southward.
Alright. There are casings everywhere, you can tell, but there's no bodies, you can tell.
Oh, Dozer.
Yeah?
How much ammo did the ARs have?
Let's say, like, 2 magazines each, just what's in the guns.
Alright.
Also, I feel like these would be different mags, right? Because they're not submachine guns. These are like
Yeah, these are like
more
rifles. Let
submachine
me.
guns or
Who's picked one up each? There's 2.
Aaron has one and I have one.
Okay, give me a second. I will just give you some stuff.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. I haven't made a profile for these yet, so just don't worry about it too much. We'll add that to loot later.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, if you want to pull up the like the proper like rulebook, I will say these are
Smart rifles.
no.
It was worth a try.
Bolt guns.
These are pulse rifles, but they don't have grenades. These are these are pulse rifles without the underslung pump action grenade launchers that quite often they are equipped with.
So it's not the M41A. This is just the M41
Yeah, I guess so.
or like M40.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Still a cool gun.
Alright. And the alarm is still going, and you can hear the banging.
Yeah.
It's relatively
Actually,
irregular.
I'll have I'm gonna watch the door leading south from B9 if Slash and Burn can start clearing the other rooms in sequence, like 5, 6, 7, then 8. And then once 7 is clear, have Aaron and Nova start working on that if they can.
Alright. Well, Slash and Burn go through B5 first, and they find what looks like a hatch. And it is
Going
yeah.
up.
Yeah. It looks like a ladder leading up to probably the hatch you found in the maintenance room earlier.
Okay.
But as you know, it was locked up with the axe upstairs.
Yep.
Then it's pretty much just like a small armory, like the actual B5 room. There's some empty gun racks. There's 2 spare magazines for pulse rifles and some loose ammo on the floor.
Cool. We can just have Slash or Burn just open up their Android kangaroo pouch.
Yeah, they're just gonna store those. They're gonna move through to B6. What are you guys doing? Aaron and Nova?
Once Slash and Burn clear out the what was it, B7 with the environmental controls?
Yep.
We're gonna see if we can repair that, from what I understand.
Okay. So they're gonna first clear out B6, which is the bathrooms, it appears. There's black and white tiles with grimy floors. There's a bit of stagnant water in one of the sinks, and the pipes are non-operational from what you can tell. Like, a lot of them are leaking water or just, yeah, fucked. From, like, damage to the facility. Looks like the wall is cracked. B7 they've cleared out and appears to be safe, but there is a corpse propped against the wall.
Oh, here we go.
It
First
appears,
corpse.
it appears
Let's
to be
go.
desiccated and old.
What killed them?
As you're seeing from the camera footage, it looks like a single gunshot wound to the head with a pistol on the floor next to it.
Hmm.
Oh, so it's self.
How
As-
old does this body look?
Pretty old. It's pretty desiccated. You can see now as Slash and Burn look around the room from the cameras. Goodbye Blue Sky is spray painted on the wall. And there is a environmental control terminal on the wall near it. Also looks like there's a weird floor panel.
Floor panel?
Yeah, maybe a hatch. It doesn't look like it has any
Alright.
handles though. It just looks like a floor panel that could be like a maintenance panel. You might have to like open it up. But it looks like clear that they've moved back to B9 now. And they're now going to B8 to have a little bit of a look.
I'll head into B7 and keep a gun trained on that floor panel in case it opens.
Alright.
And then see if I can get this environmental controls working with Nova.
As you guys basically come into the terminal, you can see it's got some basically some scrolling text. And it looks like a relatively simple like override thing that's running. And it looks like the program that's running is like fucking up the environmental controls for the containment like system. So you probably could fix it. It seems simple code.
So what is the containment system? Is it just like pumping out a different chemical than it's supposed to?
Doesn't really say. All you know is that it's basically it's saying that whatever just came through the door is contaminated, which would appear to be you guys. Could be a false positive.
We are in environmental suits, so we should be fine, but...
Do you guys want to give me a computer check with intellect, and you can have advantage on whoever rolls it from you both working on it together? Actually, Nova, do you want to roll that for me? Nova? Nova?
Nova.
Okay, Scuff, do you want to roll? Yeah, you can roll with advantage, assuming Nova's still the character still here.
Is Nova still a character still here? Bum, bum, bum. Mathematic. No, not mathematics. Computers. Intellect. Advantage, disadvantage. Roll.
Nice.
One away from a critical success.
You basically repair the code that's basically giving like a false positive or maybe just running constantly in a loop, and shut off the environmental alarm. And basically as you shut that off, the alarm stops sounding and the regular lighting returns, just kind of a white medical sterile kind of light on all the LEDs instead of the flashing red. And the alarm stops and the banging starts to quieten down from the south.
Ooh, that's not good. Can I, real quick, just like see if I can peek into the programming of this and see what the environmental control is set to do?
Alright. Sure. You basically look through the code and the programming, and it seems to make several references in the data to holding containment within the facility. It doesn't really elaborate much in the code for just the door software.
Alright.
It does make mention of deeper, like wants containment in the deeper floors.
Oh, great.
Slash and Burn are moving towards B8 now.
I think that's all I can get out of this. Damien, be ready for contacts. We might have something hostile. With any luck,
yeah. I've been hearing the bing the entire time we've been here, so. No
yeah,
worries.
with any luck, the containment procedures are actually not set to kill people and instead sedate or kill whatever is hostile, but I give it 1 in 5 chances that's actually what it does. And I'll go regroup with Damien.
Damn, you're highballing the chance of that.
I like an optimistic attitude. It makes people like me more.
Alright.
Alright.
Flashburn, how you guys doing?
They're doing fine. They both give a thumbs up to their own body cameras. They've entered B8 now and are climbing over the barricade, and it looks like a pretty interesting little library. There's overturned shelves. Against one shelf that's been like knocked over, you see that there's actually a what used to look like a hidden door, but it's now exposed by the shelf that's been knocked over. And that looks like another elevator shaft.
Fuck's sake.
There's there's reading material all over the floor, from the shelves in the library. It looks to be sodden, or blood splattered, or burned, a lot of it. There's lots of potassium flares lying around that are spent, and yeah, there's a couple of books and documents still on one of the tables in the middle of the library. But there's nothing else in here really apart from documentation.
Do the documentation, or does the documentation look out of place for the library, or is it just like?
No, it looks like
Stuff pertaining to the
looks
library?
like it'll be stuff that's meant to be here.
Okay. And is this an actual elevator shaft, or is this just like a hatch that leads further down?
Out of the library looks like another actual elevator shaft, but it's like secret, or it was secret. It looks like whoever was here before you might have discovered it.
Interesting. Okay, well, mental note on that. Let's go to the south. Figure out what the fuck was that.
You see marked on these more substantial doors to the south, it leading to what appears to be a barracks. And the doors are a bit more heavy duty, kind of more like the airlocks on the Kahadash. You know, they're actually like shut. You were hearing banging coming from the second of these two doors, which is still shut, sealed.
Okay. But this first door that I'm looking at isn't sealed?
The first door is open, but still the same kind of substantial construction. And then the second door is sealed, and even maybe it's welded. Yeah, it looks like it's welded. You see the telltale sign of weld marks along the track of the big sealed door.
Okay. And there's no windows or anything on this door?
No.
All right.
You as you get closer to the door, you hear maybe like organic noises and kind of a
Okay. All right. I'm gonna look at Aaron. Like I'm like the door being on my left and like looking at Aaron, to my right. I'm just gonna be like, oh Christ, here we go. And I'm just gonna like ball my hand into a fist and bang on the door twice, just like a bong bong, like Johnson does to Chief when Chief is in the ODST pub. I'll just wait, see if there's a response.
Knock knock, anyone home?
you hear kind of a scream that's like rapidly cut off. And it doesn't sound human, or I mean it does sound kind of human, but also not kind of human. Monstrous even.
The scream was cut off?
Yeah, and then there's another scream after that. And then in the distance you hear another scream, and then another, until there's a cacophony of screams. And the banging restarts louder than ever.
Alright. Cool.
How many of those grenades did you bring with you?
On me right now, I have 5.
We
So-
might need them, and I'm just going to swap over to my laser cutter.
We wanna make some tripwires.
Alright, so I'm just going to give you an updated map before you continue.
Okay. Aaron, you want me to make some tripwires before you do all that?
I'm gonna post up. I don't know how long we have before they manage to get through, but you might as well.
I'm just saying, there's enough room just in this small room in between these two doors, where I could make like 2 tripwires.
There you
Go
go.
for it.
Here's an updated map. So the stairs on BA lead to like a secret elevator shaft. And
Okay.
then the barracks door is the sealed one you've seen.
Right. Okay.
That's welded shut.
Dozer.
Mhm.
Dozer.
Yeah.
I would like to take the line from the previous tripwires and set up my own tripwires
Okay.
with the grenades taped to the wall and then the tripwire leading out all the way to the other wall and then like very like staunchly taped to the other side of the wall.
Alright.
And then make 2 of those. About how far would you say these doors are apart?
Probably like 5 meters. If that. You know, 3
Cool.
or 4.
All right.
It's quite a small little atrium, this one, that leads to the barracks seal door.
Okay. And how?
Sorry,
how...
one second. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay, that's fine.
So, I'm thinking, if we want to fight this, which now that we've pissed them off, we either fight them or we fuck off. I don't want to go deeper in with a pissed off swarm in our back. Because they're
Yeah.
probably going to get through this door eventually.
Probably.
I poke a hole through the door with the laser cutter. We fire through that hole until they start climbing through, at which point they run through the tripwires. And we just burn as many of them as we can before they get into flamethrower and sword range.
We do that.
And if they never make it through the door in mass, we might be able to save the tripwire grenades. Otherwise, they do their job, and that's always a good thing.
Well, because what's your plan? Like, while we're in this airlock room, you're gonna shoot the laser cutter?
No, we booby trap the airlock room, and we just fight from B9 into the barracks. From the next room over with the doors open. Or blasted a hole through. Doesn't really matter that much.
Hold on. Okay. So, we tripwire the airlock room. We back up into B9. Wait for them to trigger that shit, and then if and when they come through the second airlock door, we do whatever, and then go into B8? Or we're going back into, like, B3?
I'll just draw this out because that'll be a bit simpler.
Okay.
Alright. So we post up at like orange on that circle. I poke a hole through the doors with yellow with the laser cutter.
Okay.
And then we set up, after we set up traps on both those doors on blue. Then we just shoot through the holes in the door on yellow. Once they actually manage to get through the door, they'll be going right into our booby traps. So we set the booby traps, we poke through with a laser cutter, then we shoot through until they set off the traps.
Do we... Okay. To prevent any sort of accidents, because we may or may not fail on some of these rolls here.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
Welcome back. Do we instead want to wait until they activate the tripwires and then you shoot a hole through the door and then we can fire like that? Like, because God forbid you shoot your laser cutter and before they even break through, like, you accidentally shoot a fucking grenade or you cut the tension wire or something like that.
We could wait, but we don't know how long it's going to be. I think it would be better to just like set the tripwire at like knee height, where they're going to set it off, and then poke a hole at like upper chest height, where there's enough leeway that I won't hit the wire unless I really fuck something up.
I mean, we could, but I feel like it's also kind of a waste of a shot from the laser cutter just to shoot through this door.
We have plenty of ammo, and it will go through more than a door.
Okay. I'll set the tripwires up, and I'll leave the rest of you, man.
It cleared out a hallway last time we used it.
Just to be clear, like, you also have the other staircase leading out of the library, right? Like, you don't have to go through the barracks if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've pulled aggro, and I don't want them breaking through this door while we're getting into another fight down there, and then we have no way out.
Okay, fair enough.
Plus, this is fun.
Yeah, well, I'm leaving it up to you guys, whatever you'd like to do. You are
Hey,
the players.
Dozer, go ahead and scroll back up to where Scuff posted saying B floor combat encounters. Go ahead and reference that.
Yeah, okay. Alright, well, what are you guys doing at the moment? Slash and Burn have finished, like, reconnoitering the library, so they're just kind of vibing.
Okay. So what Scuff drew with his first post a little while ago. So the blue is where I'm gonna set up 2 tripwires. I'm gonna set them up about 10 feet apart from each other.
Okay.
One's gonna be about 5 to 7 feet away from that inner airlock door that's on the far side of B9 that the bangy is against.
Mm-hmm.
And then another one 10 feet in from that. So it's just about like equidistant between both airlock doors. This way, like, there's enough space to where, like, whatever creature comes in triggering one, it'll get far enough to where it'll most likely trigger the other one, and then by the time it triggers the first one, the second one, by the time it triggers that second one, the first one will blow up, and then all the creatures that have been following in, if any, more get caught in the blast. The yellow is the arc of the fucking, like, laser plasma cut or whatever. And orange is going to be where we're standing, shooting through the hole that the laser cutter made into the airlock room. So yeah, that's our plan.
Okay.
So yeah. So, if you don't mind, I would like to set up my 2 tripwires and then back the fuck up. And
you're all successful with it. Like, you've set them all up.
Okay.
And you're all backed up, and you'll see what you're back in B9, like in the orange circle area.
Yeah. We're in the main, like, hub area.
And I assume you've commanded, like, Slash and Burn to, like, either side of you, and just explained the plan to Nova Stellar and what's his name?
Dean.
Yeah, Nova, are you here, by the way? God damn it, Nova. Leapy. Oh, okay. There we go.
Nova?
Hello?
There we are.
There we go.
You good?
I was here, but Discord no worky.
Okay. Is there anything you want to do in addition that you were trying to say and didn't get across? Because we haven't heard you for like 20 minutes.
I mean, I was of the opinion that we just blow the doorway or something, and just run for our goddamn lives. But if we're gonna make a stand, then okay.
I mean, we're doing most of what you said.
We're backing up so that we have room to retreat and a relatively clear firing line, but we're also setting up an ambush at a place where we have a long enough line of fire to make it worth something.
So you're gonna try and put a hole in the sealed door to the barracks?
And these doors aren't reinforced, are they?
I mean, they're pretty reinforced. It's like metal. It's like, as I said, it's like an airlock door. Like, it's more substantial. It's got like track, and it's like metal, and it's been like welded shut.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to put a hole in it. We don't need to fit a person through as long as we can shoot through. That's more than enough.
Alright, well, if you want
not
to roll a combat check then for the funny big gun.
It's not the Kartadash's mining laser, but it'll work.
Yeah, using the laser cutter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, just give me like a standard combat check then.
Skill bonus 10 with no firearms is a 15, isn't it?
I guess so, yeah, you do have to check your sheet, I'm not sure, sorry.
Firearms is 15. Skill bonus. Why did I do that? 15.
Oh boy.
Is my combat really that low?
You can take a stress now, because I've been not really tracking stress at all this entire fucking session. And now that you're in the facility, I want to start tracking it.
Well, I have been.
Oh, you have been tracking it?
I didn't start with much. I'm up to 8.
Lamau. Well, basically the laser cutter fires and basically unfortunately it cuts down and up, and you try and like get a focused beam on the door, and you have severed the tripwire.
Wait, so we cut through the first door?
No, the first door was just open.
No. So, from what Scuff and I's understanding is, we're in B9 with both of the airlock doors closed. Scuff is shooting through the first airlock door to where I set the tripwires in an effort to try to cut through that door as an opening for us to fire through once they break through that second door.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood.
So both doors are closed.
Okay, in that case, you just kind of punch a hole through the wall to the side of the door.
Yeah.
Good enough.
Task failed successfully.
And we really only need murder holes. It has to be big enough to shoot through and not big enough to climb through. That's perfect for us.
Yeah, that's fine. Fuck it.
Whether it's the door or the wall next to it is irrelevant.
So if anyone watching this stream later, I'm just doing this for make it more interesting, so you can actually see the layout. But spoilers for anyone playing, and spoilers for this module. So just bear that in mind.
Alright, if nothing happens the next round while the laser cools off, I'll try and punch a hole through the hole I've already made into the door this time, but if I hit next to the door, that's also fine.
Okay, this time now you're shooting at the second door, the actual like sealed one?
Yes.
Okay. Through the hole you just made?
Yes.
Okay, give me another combat check with the modifier.
Bonus 15, roll. Hey.
Fucking Jesus Christ. Holy shit!
Yeah, well you
I really fucked something up.
you again basically miss and fire through like the side of the door into like the mechanism and through into the barracks, and you hear hear like a screaming kind of increase in volume. It sounds a lot like the gaunt things you've fought in the past.
That might give us something to shoot at. I'm gonna try and get my flashlight to get some light in there and see if there's anything moving on the other side.
It's too hard to tell right now, and the hole's too small. You just hear some noise, basically.
Alright, I'll spend the next round doing percussive maintenance while they try and cut through the door, because apparently this thing's out of focus.
You see crawling through the hole now, as you are doing percussive maintenance,
Open fire.
a gaunt wriggling through the hole you made in the second wall. And as you see him,
Flopping through.
as you see them flop through, there's only enough space in the hole for one to kind of crawl through. And as this one flops through, it appears to be wearing a pretty loud-looking suit with like a wacky bow tie. And they have flesh like a deflated balloon. They, yeah, it's pretty gross looking.
What had to be a clown?
Contact.
And slurping, it slurps to the ground and then kind of tries to stand up and it's
Yeah,
sniffing the air. Okay. Do you wanna roll in?
Yeah. Is it just combat or is it military training as well?
Military combat with military training, I'd say.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Nice. Gonna roll damage now.
Those are-
Pulse rifles are 3d10.
Yeah, using the pulse rifle or your SMG?
What's the pulse rifle damage?
3d10, long range, bleeding wounds.
Okay. Also, ignore this. This is me clicking SMG.
Nope. Correction, gunshot wounds, not bleeding.
3d10?
Yes. Nice. I will be back in a moment.
What's the round capacity on that, does?
The round capacity is...
Or sorry, shot capacity, I should say.
Sorry, just
I'm
bear with me.
back. What
I'm
am-
just going through a lot of documentation right now. Just trying to...
Killer, you were asking
Huh?
about the round capacity?
Or, yeah, like shots per mag.
5.
5? Okay.
Alright, well the creature is going to basically scream at you and now has noticed where you guys are coming from and it's gonna be hit with a couple of the rounds, but it's going to start moving towards the second hole. As you hear more screams coming through the first hole.
Aaron, please shoot it before it gets to that tripwire.
Is it our turn in initiative again?
Yeah, you guys can have another shot before it gets to the tripwire, I'd say.
Where the fuck?
I mean, you're all pretty much lined up, so you could theoretically have, like, everyone take a shot at this thing before it gets there. I'd say everyone gets, like, a salvo.
I don't have stats for the SMG or my whatchamacallit.
Do you not?
So, no. I have the weapons, I don't have the stat block for them.
Wait, okay, what have you got that you don't have step blocks for? An SMG? I'll give you an SMG. There you go.
Yeah, and the pulse rifle.
Okay, pulse rifle I haven't made yet. Give me a second. I can
Yeah.
probably make that now, actually.
I can't believe it. I will shoot it with my whatchamacallit.
I almost wrote pulse rifle.
Real rifle, I'd like to.
15 out of 58 to hit. Wow, only 8 damage. Very mediocre.
Well, hopefully Nova and Slash can help out a little bit with that.
Sorry, bear with me. I'm just trying to find a cool image for the pulse rifle out of the ones I have. Oh, that looks pretty cool. Have I got to use that one yet? No, I haven't. There you go, pulse rifle, and let me just pull up the stats for it so I can flesh this out. Sorry, I thought I was more prepared, but I was not. You guys have run into lots of content today.
Pulse rifle, long range, 3d10 damage, 5 shots, gunshot wound. These don't have the grenade
3d10.
launcher, and that's the only special.
Next shots. These are, yeah, pulse rifles are, what, 5 did you say?
5 shots, yes.
Ammo type, critical effect is gunshot,
Yes.
and range is long. I think that's how I've done the other ones in the past. Let me just double check.
So the SMGs are done.
Oh, critical damage I did. What's that one? Okay. Gunshot. I'm sure I put can sometimes have underslung frag grenade launches.
I'll just attach an underbarrel slingshot, and I'll just put my frag grenades in it.
Okay, so you picked one up as well, didn't you, Killer?
Yeah.
And you had 2 magazines each, I think, was the vibe.
Yeah.
So
Well,
we'll say
2 mags each plus
yeah, the boys.
Plus-
We'll say the
plus
boys gave you.
Slashhead.
We'll say the boys gave you some more, like another magazine each based on what they found. So you should have 15 ammunition basically. And
Yeah,
Killer.
I'm not
just gonna
super worried about the. I'm not super worried about the fucking
go to yours.
loose rounds, whatever.
Yeah, I mean you have to pack them into mags later anyway. So we'll just do 15. You got 15 ammunition, and it's got 5 shots in it. There you go. You guys should have your pulse rifles in your actual stat blocks now.
Yep.
Cool. Back
Cool,
to.
cool.
Back.
All right.
Can Nova and Slash shoot, or is it still sloshing its way towards us?
Oh yeah, I forgot Slash was here now as well. I'll just add Slash's little token. Yeah, I mean we'll wait for Nova, I guess. So, Aaron, you already shot the laser cutter, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We'll do Slash. We'll shoot his SMG first, then. Just do a little.
Also, Aaron did shoot the pulse rifle. That's what that 8 is.
Oh, okay.
It's like I shot for 22 damage, and then they shot for 8.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Whoa.
So I didn't say that. So 8, 22. Okay, you've actually okay. So before Slash shoots, then I will say you God damn it! I'm just wrangling. A lot has happened. Oh. There we go. Okay. So with that, you hit it in its fleshy sort of torso, and it kind of shrieks at you. And seeing nowhere really to run except into oncoming fire, it crawls back into the hole from where it came, trying to push back in.
Okay.
And you hear like the shrieks and screams kind of like die down as it like heads back into its hole.
Almost concerning.
Yeah, I'd kind of prefer if these things were just mindless and dumb. I don't like that they're like aware.
Oh, unfortunately, I think we found the mercenaries.
Well, minus the. Well, maybe they are goofy looking mercenaries with the bow ties and whatever.
Yeah, I won't say you need to bother with like an actual combat tracker for that one because it's already head back into the gloom. I'll do a proper initiative order next time we run into like combat.
Yeah.
Oh, they
So
have
can
a
we
way-
can we open up our side airlock door?
Yeah, you could probably pry it open. It's not like it's got power and the panel seems to be working as well. Or you could pry it open. Like,
Can we open it normally?
yeah, should be able to. There's power. There's power to this floor at least.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I was just seeing if there's any like laser cut damn shit. Yeah, if we can open it up normally, I'm gonna open it and then stepping over my tripwires, I wanna look into that fucking hole that it crawled back into.
You see kind of a burned, scorched hole leading into like through the reinforced metal plating, because this is clearly like a more substantial wall leading deeper into the facility, and you just see blackness beyond the hole.
How big
Okay.
is this hole? Like fist size, torso size?
Oh, I'd say it's like torso size. It's probably like 1.5 foot across in every dimension, or maybe 2 foot. Yeah, about 2 foot wide.
Okay.
You kind of slop through the lead.
Well, I don't really think we'd be able to fit very well through this. Especially not with my combat armor and vac suit on. And I don't think our android boys would fit.
I can just hook another hole through.
There's still the
yeah,
elevator in the library, just to point out. You don't have to go through a fucking hole in a wall. Just really want to go into that barracks, don't you?
It's licking my lips. Dozy, you fucked up when you said barracks. There could be
funny
stuff
moments.
in there. There could be footlockers. There could be tactical harnesses.
That is true.
We don't know what you're looking for, killer.
I'm looking
Looking
for
for the
stuff.
stash.
I'm looking for stuff. I'm looking for anything that isn't nailed down. Well, with them having retreated, and with us having now basically 2 alarms set up, we could go down the elevator shaft if we wanted to. I mean, we'd certainly know when they wander back into this area.
I don't like leaving our back to something hostile that knows where we were.
I understand your concern, but like, I feel like we're pretty well off. right
As
now.
you're talking, you hear like a distant scream and then like running towards the hole from the
Alright,
other
well.
side.
Fuck it, never
Round
mind.
2.
Continuing with my idea anyway. Alright. Alright, everyone fucking get back.
And slopping into the hole, head first is another gaunt walker. And this one, as its head and shoulders start to appear, is wearing another suit, but their arms have become excessively long and withered. And yet they have a sort of sinuous strength as its hands come through the hole, and it pulls itself into the atrium kind of area. And its face has collapsed into its torso, which is now a colossal, screaming vertical maw.
Okay.
As it kind of like saliva and gore like blasts out as it tries to like slop through onto the floor.
Alright, well that makes it easy. That makes it easier for us. Center mass, boys. 2 for 1 special.
Are we rolling initiative for this, or? Are we just
Yeah, let's
revolving?
let's do initiative this time.
Alright, how do we do initiative again?
I think it's a speed test.
Alright.
Hey, that's a fucking bad roll.
There you go. Hey, crit success. Way to go, Doc.
One success I get, it's a initiative.
Quick, Doc, break him.
What does that mean? What's critical success and initiative mean?
That's a good
I
point.
think you just
go
I don't
first.
know.
You're gonna be
You
going
probably
first,
just-
yeah.
I think it's
Okay.
crit success, then success, then fail, then crit fail.
Alright, so,
Okay, so Nova, you would have first turn.
Did you roll for the boys?
Yeah, I did. I don't know if it came up privately or something.
Come on,
privately.
Okay, yeah, they Slash succeeded, Burn failed.
Okay.
Alright,
So-
I just unload into the bastard.
With what?
My SMG.
Alright.
Do I roll for combat?
You just roll an
Oh,
SMG.
wait.
You just click the SMG itself and you should be able to roll that.
That's
I should account automatically.
Ooh.
Nice.
Nice.
Holy fuck, barely. But yeah, fuck it. Inch or a mile.
Yep, well, it definitely seems to affect it. Next would be... Let me just double check.
Wait, Slash? Alright.
I'm just double checking a few things. I gotta check how the slopping creature did.
Crit fail, crit fail.
Okay, I think it just passed, so yeah. Then Slash, then yeah, Slash would go next.
Come
Where's
on, buddy.
Where's Aaron? Hey, both of you failed. Okay.
I failed. By a pretty wide margin.
Yep.
Slash, use your other SMG. You goofy bastard.
Okay. So, yep, he misses as well. I don't know what happened to his
As
second
well.
SMG. I feel like he gave it to someone because he's only got one at the moment. He should have two, so
Yeah, you should have to.
I think it's just me.
By the way, Doza,
Yeah.
I just had a look through my skill tree.
Mhm.
You forgot to add physics to the my list of skills.
Well,
The physicist who didn't know physics.
Is physics a thing in the new skill tree?
I assume so.
let me look. Physics.
Oh yeah, it's in the expert skills.
Yep.
Do you
Mathematics,
have
physics, and then
it?
hyperspace.
Because you can have a master skill, an expert, and a
Because
prerequisite.
I had it in the what's it called? The D20.
Yeah,
thing,
but that
so
that
I
might be a
assume so.
wait. So you because what's your master skill that you've got?
Oh no, because I picked up hacking when I leveled up, and I always had physics.
Okay, but what's your master skill? You should have a master skill as a scientist.
I don't.
What?
Okay, so I think you made your character incorrectly with the new update.
Yeah.
Is
I
it a
think I
master
might have
skill, or is
forgotten
it-
a couple things?
Scientists
trade the
science,
master skill
scientists should
for two
basically get a
scientists?
master skill and an expert and a trained prerequisite. So you basically should have like one whole tree from a master skill, and then you also get a bonus trained skill, like a low tier skill.
Huh.
And then if you had any existing skills from the old sheet, I didn't mind you keeping those. But they were different. Because what do you
just
have?
Stupid.
Let me have a look.
Okay, so I have computers, mathematics, military training, and hacking.
So you
I
got
picked
3
up,
trained and an expert, which doesn't sound right.
No, because when I leveled up, I ended up picking up military training and hacking, I believe.
Yeah, that was from the old campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the old system.
So I computers, mathematics, and physics as my
Let me see if I can pull up the old
my like
character
initial
sheet. Let's
skills.
see what I've got. The archive. First edition. Character sheet, V11. Conversion kit. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so it's not one of the skills that got removed or changed. What did we change? Okay, stress, blah, 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 blah. Stress and panic. Crew attire, weaponry. Okay, skills, remotes. They've removed experience points and levels. They've changed the way it works. Let me just pull up the old sheet, like how the old guide, basically. You're making me pull up the old data.
I'm sorry, I just saw it.
Don't recite the old magic to me, which I was there when it was written.
I don't even know if I have the old character sheet. I'm trying to find it. I think I've got your old. I think I've got your old sheet, so I should be able to use that. Novus, here we go. No, that's the new sheet. Fuck. Where's the old sheet?
You can probably just grab it off the
Dozette-
Roll20.
DLB?
Nah, I can't be fucked doing that. I'll just
Where's
go into the Roll20. It's gonna be easier.
I don't think we ever switched the Roll20 over, did we?
Yeah, because I still used my new character sheet as just a PDF. Like, I just have it up on my second monitor.
Yeah, in Foundry we actually have proper support for the sheet in Foundry, so we haven't really been using like a separate thing. Well, like you can if you want, but there's no point. You might as well keep it just up to date in Foundry.
Can I send you this PDF and then?
I mean, I guess so. I mean, you should be able to edit your own sheet in Foundry, like just because if there's like things that are dramatically out of sync. Because I used your PDF, I guess, to update the Foundry one.
Yeah, like my strength, speed, intellect, combat, sanity, fear, like all that's the same as the PDF I'm looking at. And, like health.
Yeah, I was hoping we wouldn't have to do this because I'd already updated everyone to like match parity with PDFs. I didn't realize people were still using PDFs after we switched to Foundry. Fuck's sakes, Nova.
And I just use the PDF to keep track of things during the game, and then I'd figure out where it goes on Foundry later. And by later, I mean like 20 seconds later when my attention's not needed in the game.
Yeah, I don't know why you're laid out like that on the old fucking Roll20 Wiz. I need to find the old like rulebook to even like work it out. This is like massively out of. Here we go. Okay. Scientist, pick 2: biology, agriculture, geology, computers, mathematics, chemistry. Starting skills, and then you leveled up. Computers, mathematics. Where the fuck is physics? Mathematics, physics. Okay. So you must have leveled up and got physics and hacking somehow? From taking mathematics and computers initially?
I frankly can't remember.
But then you've
what
also
I
got
did,
military training, so I don't know how you ended up with so many skills.
I do not remember how it happened.
Oh, okay, you do get +3 points as a scientist on the old sheet, so maybe that's how, because they're only 1 or 2 for experts. So yeah, okay, I think it makes sense. Yeah, but the new sheet you should have also picked a master skill.
And you can take your computers all the way up to artificial intelligence as the master skill. Not sure how often that's gonna.
I guess I must have just missed that part. My bad.
It's alright. Yeah, I'll say going forward, everyone try not to use extra PDFs to like track other shit, because that's gonna make it really hard to keep like consistent with Foundry. Try and just use the sheets in Foundry going forward. So you just click your name on the actors tab in the top right. And then that sheet there has like tabs within it for skills, weapons, items, bio, and notes. And now's probably a good chance. Maybe we should we call it here for the session today? And maybe just take a little bit of time to everyone just to check that your sheet matches your physical PDF sheet.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just 'cause it's getting relatively late, and I think that's a good stopping point while you're still on floor B. And it gives me a chance to like make proper, like maybe some actual proper maps for you guys.
Okay, we'll just have to remember that there's a dude in front of us.
There's a dude in front of us, and
I'll put it down in the notes.
he just looks like a clown.
No, we killed the clown.
You made the clown run away, actually.
Or, yeah, sorry. We made him run away.
Well, I've got a theory. These clowns
Sure.
aren't clowns. They're zombies.
Okay.
No, but these things, the environmental controls probably either were sabotaged to create these things or created these things, then sabotaged and made them go berserk. And it was recent enough that these things haven't lost all their self-preservation, but they have gone feral.
Maybe. Oh, dude, I'm gonna kill this fucking cat if he doesn't stop banging my fucking door.
Yeah, sorry, sorry to end now. I just think like with me kind of jankily throwing together the facility, it might be better to like come into it. I basically had to prepare like a lot of different areas for the session because I wasn't sure quite where you guys were gonna go first. So I had a lot of I hope it was still interesting and fun.
Yeah.
That's good.
If you guys need help with Mothership at all, not Mothership, Foundry, like let me know because like I know it's not the easiest system to navigate, but like once you get the hang of it, it's pretty good. But yeah, converting everything over from the sheet to just like the finished copy in Foundry, and we just use Foundry going forward, will help me immensely.
Yeah.
I assumed all the information I was seeing was accurate.
Yeah, with me talking about using my PDF, it's just to make sure that when I initially made the PDF when we swapped over,
Yeah.
just to make sure my character sheet was accurate with everything.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the exact same thing, just in two different formats.
Okay,
Like,
so
it's
yeah,
just to
I
make
was
sure.
pretty sure they were relatively accurate because I made you guys send me those PDFs so I could use those to build the characters in Foundry. So as far as I could tell, until recently, they were in parity.
Yeah.
And any weirdness was because of the conversion over. You're basically playing hero characters that are slightly better than a normal character would be. So if these characters die, like your next character will be like a little bit more underpowered because of the new rules. Like you got kind of the power of a version 1 like open alpha character, and now we're on like the open out like beta, which is like more balanced. So yeah, it's not your fault. It's more just like, god damn it, I didn't realize you were still using sheets.
Oh no, I was using the Foundry. That's what I was looking at. I was like, hold up, didn't I have physics? And then I started looking through all the stuff when I was idle, and I'm like, hold up, I did.
Yeah, I think your sheet's just cursed because you might have done the PDF wrong that I ported in or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
I can create sentience more intelligent than entire cities, but I can't explain how gravity works.
I trust you to just update your Foundry sheets to be like accurate.
So do you mind if I just slap my master skill in?
Yeah, sure. Just add your shit.
Yeah.
You guys all have control of your own sheets. I just trust you not to like change shit to be like overpowered or anything. Just put in the stuff that you should have, you know.
Artificial intelligence.
And like ammo tracking, I know is like kind of wacky. So if you have to like re-edit your ammo to like an appropriate figure, like just do that. Like I'm not gonna watch it too closely. I just like if you actually are running out of ammo, though, I'd rather you be honest about it.
Yeah.
And like slash and burn if I'm wrong with what they have on them. Like correct me. Because again, there's a lot of stuff happening where I'm not like tracking it carefully.
That's why I like the laser cutter as a primary weapon. That bitch recharges.
Cool. Okay, well, I hope you enjoyed the stream, people that watched the stream. Sorry we didn't have a huge amount of visuals. I didn't want to, like, spoil too much on the map in the stream. And also, I'm also a little concerned about legality of streaming the source book directly. In terms of, like, it's a paid product, and I don't want to, like, use visual piracy for people. I don't know how it works, like, legally to show the document, because I did pay for it, but who knows.
I'm out DMCA'd, idiot.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, I think if we're in the facility next time, that actually helps me a lot, because I can actually make a proper combat map rather than just like a broad overall look. Now that I know where you guys are for the next session.
Hey, chat one like, and I leave the facility immediately and just fuck off with the shuttle. So that Dozer has to make a new map on the fly.
No. But anyway, I hope you
Guess what?
enjoyed. Catch you later. Bye.
On the fly.